Welcome, everyone. This is episode 67 of WINO Forever, the Deeppening. We have with us two special guests, and I believe Sarah will be joining us for a fourth later in about 15 minutes. We have Scott Blo, who you know from last week. Scott, say hello.
Hi, everybody.
Who has garnered a super fan in Casey Armstrong, and we'll get to that later. And everybody knows him from his brilliant comments. A man who uses the word Cuisinart in a sentence. Who I just spoke to. I wrote that down. I was blown away by the use of Cuisinart. We have Davyd, the violinist. Everyone, you know him, you love him. There's Davyd.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me on.
So let's say hi to everybody in the chat. Oh God, your biggest fan, Ben Benjamin's in there. It's fitting we have Davyd on because we're gonna do a little tribute to James Caan, and Davyd has worked with James Caan several times. I think in the late
Yes,
'60s and the '70s, so he's got a lot of
exactly.
stories about
Yeah.
James Caan. Sydney Lou Who, welcome. I've been watching Lori's reaction to the Amber Heard cross examination. It's delicious. Hooper, I've been tuned up all day. Dropped the family off the airport yesterday. 2 weeks. Just Hooper, did you go to MacArthur? I hope. It's always fortuitous when you can use MacArthur Airport on Long Island and avoid that whole shit show that is LaGuardia and Kennedy, which I believe, guys, was voted the most eyesoriest of airports in the United States in a major city. More things New York has to be embarrassed about. Gina Bobina, welcome with all your bobulience. I'm so tired. We have Sarah, who will be making the transition from the chat to. I want to say next we. I want to apologize because we were supposed to do this yesterday. I had a stomach virus. I had a legitimate vomited at 2 o'clock in the morning the night before, and I was in a weird, just cold, hot and cold flashes. I apologize to you guys. I apologize to the chat. I apologize to Balo and Balo. Thank you for coming in at such short notice because Andy from Cincinnati was supposed to sit in, and he is going to be booked for next week with, I believe, Bon Jovial. So we'll
Ooh.
see that. So I want to
Nice.
start off. Sarah has done tributes to both our guest panelists today. So we're going to start with Davyd, which I've seen, and this is the tribute to Davyd and all that he is and all that the chat knows him. And
Oh,
this is
God.
Put your lips together and blow.
WNBC golf clap. Was that Bogey and McCall? I never saw.
Yeah.
Was that? Oh my God, we
That's
had it all.
I think that's either To Have and Have Not or The Big Sleep. Yeah. Thank you,
I'm
Sarah,
so.
for looking at my IMDb.
From what it sounds like, I think she spent hours doing that, and it was
Jesus
really,
Christ, that
really
was
tight
beautiful.
and well
Thank you,
done.
Sarah. Wow.
So, Davy, did you know everybody in that video? Did you
I
know
did.
I mean, most of
Yes.
them are household names.
Most of them. Some of them look like silent movie era. That's.
I'm sorry, but I think that bears another viewing. I think one's not going
I
to do it.
agree.
You're like,
How to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
I love this little shot of old Hollywood at the
Yeah.
end, which is kind of where you live now. So it's like
Yeah.
she somehow got. I don't know what that road is. What
Hollywood Boulevard.
the
Yeah.
Hollywood Boulevard. Uh,
Some of it looks like newsreel footage, so it's like, I wouldn't know those people,
you
but
know
most of
what,
them I do.
David? We always compare you to Benjamin. You sound like a young Benjamin.
Oh,
You really do. You have the
I take
same
that as a high
cadence and
compliment.
rhythms. Nah, you do. There's no question you can't kind of roll in. You are a Benjamin protege. There's no
I
question you can't roll into that role. I think you have certainly the IQ. I have no doubt.
oh, that's
We would we'd be honored for your contributions any way you could do it. And Scott Balo, you are not forgotten. Sarah made this for you. I have not seen this.
I just want
So
to say before you start it, I'm highly offended at that last clip where she said blow. That's a double entendre, sexual innuendo, and I'm just highly offended.
yeah, we're probably gonna get. I think the YouTube Nazi's gonna come after us for
yeah.
that. When it's black and white, you can't do anything to it. I think
That's
all
against
of the
their
bets
terms
are
of
off.
service. Yeah.
It's black and white. So Scott Bale, this is what Sarah made for you. I believe the last 2 days. I think this took quite a bit of time. I think it's here we go. I haven't seen it, so this is new to me too.
Feeling so excited, it's the start of a brand new day. The sun couldn't shine much brighter, 'cause everything is going our way.
Wow.
Good God, was that
great.
good? He got all
Wow.
your little proclivities in there. I hadn't seen that. Holy shit! Is that a real Descendants cover art?
Yeah, and this is just like, without her knowing anything about me, the song that there was a little live shot of them playing, and I could see the lyrics at the bottom. That's my favorite song that they do. It's called Hope.
Wow.
She just happened to pick your favorite. Did she
Yeah.
ask you? Did she
No.
did she like email you and go, "Hey, what songs do you like?" And get
No.
huh?
Wow, I'm so impressed and just
That what's great is now when you guys sit in as panelists, and you're always welcome. This will be your intro. We'll have an intro music for you. Like it'll be. Forget about just the tribute. I mean, why just throw this out? It's too good to be thrown out. I'm putting it into the folder, and it'll just be like a perpetual intro. Like
Love
you'd
it.
have when Dominic Barber used to come on the Stern Show. They used to play this thing called Dominic and Nick Barber.
That's right.
So they're asking me about my food poisoning. I don't know, you guys. It could have been pasta salad. It could have been gee. I want to blame something in the. It could have been tomatoes. I don't know what it is. It could have been just me, but it was a 24-hour thing, and I got it out of my. It's not COVID. It was definitely some kind of food poisoning virus. It was, and I so bad. Go ahead. Ed.
Oh, I was just gonna say I had food poisoning from mushrooms a couple months ago. It was the worst. It got me really anal retentive about washing everything like
is
for
it
10 minutes.
Is it not fungus? Right? Is
Yeah.
mushrooms? It's very much fungus.
Yeah,
And
for
it's
sure.
just-
I just never had a bad experience with them.
Will you go back to mushrooms after this?
Already did. Yeah.
You already did. That's
Already
a
did,
lot. That's a mushroomophile. And
Yeah.
Belu's thinking the wrong kind of mushrooms.
I really was.
I was making pasta. Yeah.
Davyd, you are the fatty Arbuckle of Radio Gunk, says Hooper. Cindy Lou Who calls you the Edward G. Robinson of Radio
Oh my
Gunk.
gosh.
Gina Bobina says, Davyd, you sound Canadian to me.
I'm Midwestern, so that's probably why.
You are from Ohio, right?
I'm from
Initially?
Cleveland originally. Yeah.
Cleveland. Sarah's Cleveland rocks. Cleveland rocks. Ohio. How tired of that Drew Carey opening theme song.
Oh my
See
God.
that we could do that too, Sarah. We can incorporate Davyd into the opening credits of the Drew Carey
Yeah.
show theme song.
I really wanted to fly back when Howard was presenting the Bon Jovi Rock and Roll Hall of Fame thing. See if I
Oh,
can get into
you
that.
could have probably got it right. I think with
Yeah.
your guildy connect. If John Hine and Gary Delabate could be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, you certainly could get in. Steve
There was a way I
Brandano
could have
got
worked
into that shit, for Christ's sake. Easily.
Exactly. Yeah.
That would have been great. The eye source. But I'm sorry, Ben Benjamin right out of the gate. I didn't. Sorry, Ben. Davyd, I want to know: are you wearing your monocle tonight for the?
My opera glasses. Yeah. How do I access the chat? Do I have to look at it on YouTube?
It's on the right side. I think you have to actually be on StreamYard. If you're not looking at
Oh, I see it.
It ain't
I see.
great to use in any other capacity than just like a PC.
Right.
I don't know if you see it on the right.
I do. Yeah.
But I'm trying to post comments of like, because they're all there's no shortage of chloroseptic.
Right.
Oh God. Somebody. Oh God, Gina Bobina had something cool. She had this before. She had a great compliment for Sarah. Fine Chug, welcome. I think I saw JJ Thrash. Food shrooms. It tastes like dirt. Party shrooms taste reality. Steve Harvey Oswald. There was no Mensa meeting during the garbage strike trick routine. Portobello mushrooms. Is that they're asking if it was portobello mushrooms, Davyd?
It was just regular like bell mushroom, just regular white mushrooms. I think they just were gross. Yeah.
This is the most esoteric meeting of gunk adjacent geniuses since the Mensa meeting during the garbage trike, for Christ's sake. Who am I? Steve Harvey Oswald, for Christ's sake. Sarah is a creative genius. I'm with you. I'm with you, Hooper.
Yeah, that was great.
Okay, so
can I pull a Gary Delabate real quick?
Yes, you may.
Davyd, are you straight? I'm sensing something in the voice.
No, I'm one of the token gays of Radio Gunk and the Depp.
Nice.
I think there's a couple, right?
David dated Gary's brother in the 70s.
Right, exactly. Oh my gosh. I want to like troll Howard and start like a fake, gay fan club for Howard and see if he'll pick up on me.
That's a great way to get on the air. That is a great way to get on.
Yeah.
Try to hit on like Chris Wilde and he'll bring you on.
Right, exactly.
Cuisinart.
Do you remember that though, when Gary was like, I think it was Wolfie when he came in or somebody, and he was like, oh, I sensed something in the voice.
Oh, I kind of remember that. Yeah.
He loves saying the boys. When they say that, Howard saying the boys is the most homoerotic thing. Now he likes saying the boys, and I think
young JD.
Yeah, that's that young Will, right? Started with that.
Creepy.
So if you're wondering where David's name, the origin, the derivation of David's name, I believe, and he hasn't confirmed this officially. I believe it comes from, and it's very much, I need to get into this folder because this is what's going to be used. I believe it's from here. Tell me how I got to.
We're going to sing live for you, of course. Not since Kate Smith, I believe, did someone sing live on the radio. I don't know. But Until Eternity, it's classical pop combined with Puccini. And it's very, very beautiful.
And Davyd.
How's the volume, guys? Is it too loud? Is it too soft? I can't tell from my end a lot of times.
I think it's fine.
Yeah,
is it good?
Yeah.
It was too loud last time, right, Scott? Was it like a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
Because
it's
when you
louder
record,
than us, but yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, as long as it's not too loud.
That's fine.
Over there is going to perform with his violin. Davyd over there is
beautiful.
And Davyd over there is going to perform with his violin.
David's going to play the Puccini part of Pagliacci while I sing Until Eternity.
Now, did you guys rehearse a little bit for this?
Yes, I do believe the hotel was going to throw me out this morning if I don't check out. Yes.
So you were performing.
Sing the song to her.
All right, here we go. Scott, the engineer, will be mixing.
Okay, so now they're going to perform this song, which I believe David's played many times. And you see Davyd, the violinist, and Mark sings it. So this is just, I mean, there's other funnier versions of this, but this is what we're talking. So this is Davyd with Mark Harris from 1997, November.
Davyd has requested some echo chamber.
All right.
A little reverb. He likes reverb.
Oh, yes.
Yes, this he likes. Davyd, good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Your American debut with Mark Harris.
Where's Mark? Good luck. Just Davyd, good luck. No Mark.
Davyd, good luck.
See, he loves me.
Let's sit back. I hope you have a shot or whatever it takes to get through this.
Pass the Heineken.
Davyd, have you seen this video or have you just heard this?
No, I've seen it. Yeah.
Okay, I know. There's no way you would have had that name if you didn't at least have this. But yeah, okay. This is just fact. How about you, Belo? Have you seen this?
I haven't, but I did hear it when Davyd was brought up in the show, and I gotta say that's one hell of a name reference for a name.
It is. It's got to be. It's one of the greatest references in message board history. The guy, Mark Harris doesn't. I don't. Audio is as hilarious and brilliant as he is in audio. I think you need video to do him justice because it adds such I just can't explain the optics of him because you didn't, if you just listen to him on the radio, you'd laugh your ass off. But when you see the visuals of him and all that he is, I think you're being cheated if you don't get the visual.
And let's go.
Mark Harris has been taking singing lessons. Let's make sure everybody understands that. His natural gift has been enhanced through singing lessons.
Enhanced.
Call it a gift.
Enhanced.
Oh, I hear the echo.
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes. All right. Anytime you boys are ready.
Anytime the music goes, who's putting it on?
Oh, there's music.
Track.
Oh, there's a track? Am I supposed to be hitting something?
There's a track.
Oh, I do. Where is it?
Yeah, Howard, it's marked in front of you. It should say what reel it's on.
Oh, I had no idea I was involved in this.
Oh, get with the
Okay,
program.
here we go.
Davyd, be honest. How many times have you played this riff by yourself after you heard this? I know you can do this.
Totally. To get Mark's attention when he was still alive.
Did you ever go by his house with the red, white, and blue?
Oh no, I don't know where that house. I could probably find out where that house is, but I'm sure it's been leveled or.
When you got to LA, he might have been gone by then.
He might have. I got here in 2007, so he might have been back in New York.
But he's always been bi-coastal.
Right.
Just as long as the river finds its way to the sea, that's how long I will love you until eternity. Just as long as the robin sings his song from a tree, that's how long I will love you until eternity. Just as long as there's laughter from children at play, and we're sure as tomorrow comes and brings another day, just as long as my heart sings, you'll be my destiny. And I love you forever until eternity. Until eternity. Just as long as there's a laughter, there's a laughter.
I didn't catch the first time Howard dry humps Jackie. I did not even see that, guys.
Of course he did.
Of course, right through that.
Just as long.
Oh, I missed it so quick. I can't get it.
Long as there's a laughter from children at play, and we're sure as tomorrow comes and brings another day, just as long as my heart sings, you'll be my destiny.
Sing it, baby.
And I'll love you forever. I will love you forever and ever until eternity.
Wow.
Look at that applause.
Wow.
Now, you tried to make it the Gong Show, didn't you?
Oh, wow. One more time. No. Easy. Wow.
So, no, seriously, Howard, with all your shenanigans.
Wow. The phones are lit up. Tom, go ahead. Yes?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, a lot of people want to talk. They've just heard musical history. The first time Davyd and Mark Harris have played together, Robin.
Yes, live on the air.
Sodomy just went up 200% during that last song.
And you were bending over.
Wow.
I had to end it on a Mark Harris one-liner. I cheated. I saw the
That's
end of it.
so
He goes,
great.
and you are bending over. Oh, really? Well, why don't you buy me a car and forget it? I found that clip as well. I don't have it here. I found it for next time. I got.
I don't know. How big is your wallet?
I love the Scott DePace close-up on Mark's face at the end.
Oh, I know. They're really. I got to give that Howard TV crew credit for they really do know the shots and
Yeah.
all that. By the way, well, that's actually not true. The James Caan clip I have, they get the axe. God, a week after that.
Right.
So that's bittersweet. Ben Benjamin Davyd is like his star pupil.
Do you remember that was Martha Ray's signature song, Mr. Pagadini?
Well, of course.
Of
Barbara
course.
DeRush goes, I have tears in my eyes. Oh God, Barbara DeRush. Babs DeRush wants to know if you're wearing a scarf.
I wish. I wish I had I wish I had Mark's Gloria Steinem smoked aviators.
JJ Thrash has a quote. He goes, "What do I look like, Leo?" Oh, you want to? Do you want JJ? Do you want me to do it like Dennis Miller or do it like Mark Harris? Who do I look like, Leo DeLion over here? Who am I, Leo DeLion over here?
My favorite Billy West line was he said Leo DeLion and Billy was like Tony de Tiger.
Can you believe Billy West has been gone for 27 years ago?
Jesus.
Was the last time he was on the show. 27 years ago.
The only one who got out alive.
Well, how about does Davyd nod his hat? Does Gino Bobino wants to know? Does Davyd nod his hat at the driver waiting patiently when he crosses the street? Okay, so we're gonna go to. I guess we're gonna wait for. See, it stinks because Sarah is such a big Mark Harris fan, and I would love to have joined in on that, but she'll be along soon. Let's move on to a big loss in the thespian community. James Caan passed away, and I don't know if everybody, but James Caan was a pretty regular guest on the Stern Show. I think, by my count, he probably been on about 4 or 5 times. He was always great, always broke balls. He always gave what he got. Great career. I did some things in this that I had not known. Did TV as well as movies. Iconic in the 70s and the 80s, and but he died at 82, and it's a big loss. James Caan is one of these, just who doesn't like James Caan, right? Not just the mob stuff, but he's a great filmography. And so what I did is I tracked down the last interview James Caan did, and this is the fall of 2013, just before they do away with Howard TV. And Marcy got her hooks in him, and Marcy Turk has her hooks in Howard, and not that it's Howard's fault. But so James Caan is on the show, and he comes on, and I want to play a 4 or 5 clip medley of I Feel. Again, this is the Depening. So the reason I found this, and it's crazy because the day before he died, with absolutely no warning, it's really eerie too when this stuff happens. I was texting Sarah, and I said, Sarah, do you remember when James Caan talked about how much he liked Johnny Depp? And she's like, nah, not really. It was like, it's just a stupid thing that I caught. So my Depp ears caught it. And I remember hearing it, and then I kind of just dismissed it. And I went back and looked for it. And I think it was so 2013, I decided to just gobble up video clips. And I'm talking about how great James Caan was on the show. This is the day before he died. I wake up the next day, James Caan died.
Wow.
I mean, I swear to you, I can't prove it. I can't show you the timestamps on the videos, but it is so eerie how shit like that happens. And
When did he die?
He died yesterday.
I didn't even hear.
Yesterday afternoon at 82. Born in 1940. He's like kind of the age of like my parents' generation. A lot of my parents and their friends, that's kind of the age.
Yeah.
He's somewhere in between my father and mother, age-wise. Paul Gungadin, is that true? Paulie Walnuts passed away today? Holy shit.
Wow.
Wow.
Tony Sirico. Huh. Anybody hear that? Besides, they're all saying it now. Gunga Din, you know what, guys, that sucks because he was on Howard's show and he was great on Howard's show. He was on twice and he fucking broke balls too. If I knew that, I would have had something ready for tonight. God, that sucks.
Yeah, he's
He
dead at
is
79.
Oh, he's 70. That's a young 79 too. When he was on The Sopranos, he was like kind of old, but he was
Yeah.
doing like physical scenes, and I think it's like the only time he ever acted on that show. And he honestly is almost like beloved on that show. And if it's the only thing I couldn't believe how convincing he was on that show. Sirico, I mean, he is God, who doesn't love Paulie Walnuts?
I've never
That
seen.
sucks.
I've never seen Sopranos.
But you're in New Brunswick, New Jersey, and you didn't watch? Isn't that very close to where they are in North Caldwell? How far are you from North Caldwell?
I have no idea.
You don't know the geography of Jersey.
I told you I'm a big dum-dum.
You're not a dum-dum. Speaking of which, you're so not a dum-dum. You got a compliment. Casey Armstrong texts me after the show. He listens to it. He catches some of it and goes back and re-listens. And he writes this to me. Hey, buddy, I had never asked anyone for someone's phone number, but did you guys happen, the show you just did and that Balo guy and his struggle with mental health, would you mind passing my number to him and hopefully he'll text me? You're a smart guy. I don't have to tell you depression's a very daily battle, and I know you struggle with it. Maybe I can make the guy know that a perfect stranger cares about him. And I'm not talking about Bronson Pinchot. Not I said that. So can you pass my number and he'll just give me a shout out or a shot to reach out. Who knows? Maybe I could help. I fight with this as well, and I fight it daily. So I go back and forth, and he writes back. So he's commenting on stuff we talked about on the last show. So he goes, "Hey guys, just a little food for thought. I don't know if I ever told you, but during my love letter to Bob Levy, I was very much a part of the world's meanest listener contest. I would get all the CDs and boxes of cassette tapes, and I listened to about 80% of them. And Gary Ness, I kind of decided what went on that. I believe I'm the one who approved the midlife crisis tape. Well, I don't approve all of them, but I just put them in a big pile and I recommend them to Howard during the commercials. He made pretty decent decisions, I thought, during those years. One thing about Howard I liked is that he did let me kind of, except, and I don't know how it is now, except for his kids and wife and specifically personal stuff that was weird, which he wouldn't talk about. That could have changed since I left. I don't know. Yes, Jackie never booked any really of the comics, but my God, how kind of what you guys said about me. Wow, I'm floored. Thank you. I have to contact that guy, Balo. I really would love to talk to him. Is it okay if I get his number or give him mine? Then he writes his phone number.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I guess you could send it to me somehow in the chat or whatever. This is really strange too, because a long time ago, when you guys had him on Gunk, and there was something that caught me about what he was talking about, and I sent Moa an email that said, I was like, I gotta talk to KC. I was like, it's like it was really important at the time, and I don't want to get into the whole weird thing here, but it's something like that has to do with supernatural shit, and I just have a feeling that he might have something going on with him. I know that's very cryptic, but that's just really strange that he wants to talk to me.
At Western Kentucky, they call him the quarterback of divination. I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, no, I'm not just kidding. He might be into that stuff. He might be. He writes back. Okay, this is good nerd stuff about the show and the bookings and stuff. So when I was there, the only people who had access to book the show, the guests were me and Gary. Other people might have gotten a guest approval, but they had to come through me or mostly Gary to give them the time and stuff. Gary and I were the only ones that had access to booking the show and the schedule at that point, besides the big names. Gary got pitched from ICM and the very top publicists. Those were from him. Those were to him for the most part. And it pretty much took them and booked them. I booked everyone else. I know you guys love learning all that nerd stuff. I hope you're having a good day, buddy. And then he writes about mental health. So I want to give him a plug too. He is on 24/7 on WMAP radio, and I guess you could just stream it This includes the weekend. This weekend will include top shows such as Casey getting mad at buying chickens off eBay that don't lay eggs. Casey gets drunk and removed from a high school party last year. Fat Albert and the gang get sexually assaulted on Mother's Day. A barefoot Contessa molests chicken while Jeffrey allegedly spies on the Prutz Fund for the whole family all weekend. So yeah, so this WMAP radio is where you can stream it, and so, give the guy your support and give him some streaming statistics, as it were. Brendan writes, Caan, the Godfather screening at California recently in a wheelchair. Only indicator was he suffered. Oh my God! So Brendan, you saying that Caan, because he wrote it Caan. I didn't know. So I guess James Caan, if you did see him, he was wheelchair bound. I guess in the last 6 months or so, says Brendan. He was at a recent screening of The Godfather. Oh, that sucks. It just happened. Scarico.
Yeah, it's the
Go ahead,
50th anniversary of The Godfather this year.
Oh, it is 50. Right. That Sirico stuff is when he was on The Sopranos, he'd have him doing like really physical stuff, and he was a real gangster. I think he was truly from the mafia, and he lived and breathed it and wore it. I mean, you could see it just all. But Balo, I would not waste your time. There's too much to do. There's too much. You have too many video games to play. I truly mean this, and it's as cliche as it sounds. The Sopranos is as good as it's hyped.
Yeah.
It's just, and I think you'll like the psychological edge to it because he sees a therapist during it, and that's a big part of it. So it's not just your cliche mafia stuff. It's not like action packed where there's a whack every 10 seconds, but it gets into like, what would it be like if in New Brunswick, New Jersey, there was a mafia and this dude had kids in school and he was running a family and trying to balance both. It really was actually better the third screening of it when I watched it. I would not waste your time. I think it's as good as people say it is.
I don't doubt that. I think at the time when it came out, and people in New Jersey are like retarded like that. Like anything that has to do with New Jersey, they like love.
They think they're being stereotyped and right.
Yeah, and it's I don't know. I'm quite the contrarian, so at times I let it go too far.
Yeah, I could be a contrarian. I mean, I don't think it's I mean, I have that in me to kind of be cynical, but I don't want to be a contrarian for just being a contrarian. To just be. I would not. There's just too much. Life is too short. There's too many video games. There's too much to watch. You should watch that show. And I think it was Sunflower Dragon who was last time I binged it, it was like the greatest thing in the world because I would do 2 a night, and it would give me every day. Be like, I can't wait to get back to it because you're looking at it now with a 2022 set of eyes.
Yeah,
and you'll see cameos from like Steve Grillo, and I think Pat Cooper was in one, or it was referenced or something, and you'll just see like stuff. You're like, holy shit! Lady Gaga plays a high school student who they break into like the school pool. And they get caught doing it, and she's like in the bleachers, and you see like little cameos like that. Like, holy shit!
Yeah, it's about time for me to watch it because I waited about 30 years to watch Twin Peaks, so.
That was your COVID binge watch, Twin Peaks?
Well, friends, told me for years to watch it when it was out and stuff, and it looked really just weird to me, so I never got into it. And then one day I binged the whole thing in like, I don't know, a week.
Wasn't The Sopranos based on a real New Jersey mob family? I don't know if it was based on a real family gungan in. I'd have to ask David. I don't know if David Chase ever revealed that, but it might as well. I mean, God, Edie Falco is brilliant. She plays obviously Carmela Soprano, the wife, and she's simultaneously on Oz playing a morose, drab prison guard, and Carmela Soprano, which is a complete opposite character. I couldn't believe. And by the way, Oz started that whole HBO drama thing, but God damn it! And what was I gonna say? To best show ever, says Fine Chug. Jersey's redhead stepchild. Yeah, Hooper. Jersey's redhead stepchild between New York and Philadelphia. It's a weird place, and there's like different. So there's like Soprano Land, and then there's like Balo said, Walmart insurrectionists. When you go to South Jersey. Ben Benjamin. Davyd agrees. Life is too short. Too many games of. He says too many games of bridge to play. I would have said canasta.
Yeah,
nice.
That's a canasta with Davyd.
With my glasses on a chain.
Oh my God, Gina Bobina, I got 2 Twin Peaks for you right here. Oh, speaking of Twin Peaks, to bring it back to Johnny Depp, which is what this podcast is about. His girlfriend, his second girlfriend, LA was Sherilyn Fenn, is in Twin Peaks. She's one of the stars of Twin Peaks. I think they were broken up by then. In fact, I think Twin Peaks, the first year was 89 or something. Yeah, so I think he was with Winona Ryder at that point. So let's go to the deceased James Caan, legendary actor who is very much a regular on the Stern Show, who was introduced to the show by Chuck Zito. I don't know if people remember this. Let me fish out. Oh, we got. Uh-oh. Who's this?
I am in a room with 3 men. I don't know how to react.
I hate men.
No, I don't.
Sarah, I can't. I don't have to speak for these guys. I can speak for these guys. Those videos are brilliant.
One of us is gay, though, Sarah, so that's right. That's all right.
It didn't stop me before. Anyway.
Thank you, Sarah. It was great.
Yeah, thank
Loved
you.
it.
Good. I am Sandra Corleone today in honor of my husband, Sonny, with the big hog. If you notice my avatar, there is a famous, not so famous, I notice it, but she motions with her hand how big his wiener is in Godfather. It's great.
You memorize all things phallic, don't you?
Well,
you were talking about Huey
Godfather
Lewis's
lore.
schwanz, but I mean, Jesus, who talks about Huey Lewis's schwanz?
Me.
Women.
I've got to admit, I probably referenced it once or twice.
I Googled it the other day. He is notorious for banging groupies, and every groupie that, back in the day, in the early 2000s, groupies used to have message boards, and he was infamous on those message boards for the size. There's also a joke about Huey Lewis's wiener, and it goes, what did Huey Lewis say when he was peeing off the Golden Gate Bridge?
Damn, this water's cold. Deep, too.
To bring it back to Howard, Huey Lewis is a Kimmel hero. So in addition to Howard and Letterman, Huey Lewis was the guy that Kimmel wanted to be close to when he got famous. I swear to God. They go fishing in Montana together. It's the strangest thing. He's such a...
Oh, God.
He's tried to hook Howard up with Huey Lewis in Montana.
You think he's going to Montana? He doesn't even know where Montana is. There are 3 states in the United States for that man.
He certainly knows where Mineola is. That's where his fake house was.
Oh,
Does Huey insist that Howard makes him a party when he visits?
He wasn't invited to them. I don't think Huey got the invite to the Kimmel making of the party. All right, so we're gonna go to James Caan. And I will play clip 1 of James Caan on the Stern Show from 2013. Sarah, I'm glad you're here early enough for the Sandra Bernhard, which I haven't played yet. The Sandra Bernhard clip that I showed you.
Oh, yay.
In advance. Well, I think you wanted to react to it. So
that is a major skeeve.
So this is James Caan walking into the studio, and
De Niro screen tested for the part of Saw.
How is the volume? Is it too much? Is it too?
I've seen it.
Yeah, I saw it.
And the thing
it's too much.
Just go down a little bit.
Start slower.
The thing is that so James Caan brought
how's that?
Perfect.
Better.
That's
a humor to it. They said De Niro was just too scary.
He's not funny.
He wasn't funny.
By the way, Howard TV, I have pretty much all of them. My favorite stuff is the interstitial shit where they're pitching shit to him, because a lot of it, it's just Howard arrogantly staring down at a bowl of granola or yogurt, just shoving it into his fucking goblin gullet, and he won't even look up at them. And they're pitching stuff to him, and he's so apathetically he just can't get excited about anything. He's too cool.
Above them.
Yeah, he's too, and they have to come in there during these long breaks, and they frantically pitch each other, and they try to outdo it. It's like this is a version of it. This is like one of my favorite things.
Look at the damage those headphones do to that acrylic poof.
True.
That's it into like 3 wigs there.
It's like heart shape now.
Yeah, Let me see you. Let me see how you're looking.
I thought it was 85 degrees.
Are you freezing? You think it's too cold? Because I'm always cold.
No, I just flew in from California.
Don't you love Howard bragging about being cold? That's what anorexics do. They love
Yeah,
to
it's
say they're
because he's
cold all the time.
dying. It's fine.
Yeah, oh, I'm always cold. I have no body fat. I'm always cold. You'd see that in New York. You'd have. Go ahead, Sarah.
No, I'm sorry. I'm
No, go,
gonna
go, go,
stay
go, go,
quiet
go,
for
go,
a
go.
bit.
No, go.
James Caan has always been handsome to me. Not so much today, but he was always like my favorite Godfather character. He doesn't last long, but he's always handsome. He held up well.
He's the most he's actually a Jew gene. I think he's half Jewish
Yeah, he's Jewish.
but he couldn't feel more. He is the quintessential Jew gene, right? I mean, he might be the number one Jew gene. That's what Ronnie Munn thinks he is. But when you see Caan, he kind of has like a he's more pedestrian, realistic sounding and looking than the other actors he's with in The Godfather. Like he's someone that you know. You don't know people like Pacino and in real life, and like you know what I mean. Like they're not people you interact with. There's something almost caricature about it. Those guys.
Where normal people live.
What's the temp in California these days?
Let me see. About 95.
Do you want a water? Or are you okay?
I like, not okay.
Would you like a water?
Oh, a water would be fine.
Some guy complained that when guests come in, they always have to ask for water. Here's a water.
Oh, no. You see, now you're trying to put the crap on me already. I'm not here 5 minutes.
Look at you, man. When's the last time I saw you? Many years ago.
Yeah.
You know, I was just talking to Robin about the movie Misery, which is probably one of your greatest performances.
By the way, if you guys want to stop me, I don't care. Just whenever you feel like saying something, I have no problem stopping whenever you want. If you feel passionate about me stopping it, go ahead.
But I didn't know that a lot of people turned that movie down because they felt it was Kathy Bates's movie and all the leading men.
Where'd you hear that?
Nothing,
not even remotely true.
All right, listen to
I'd
this.
shoot every one of your resources immediately.
Okay.
Here's another fountain of misinformation research-wise. There's like 4 of them during this.
And I love that he fights back.
Oh, that was what made him a great guest. Is he just hit back all the time? He just takes no shit. But he's not. It's not done in a kind of a crotchety way. He's just sort of a ball buster. And he's just like, I'm gonna give it back.
I gotta say,
I am research they did.
You blame Will. I gotta say, I am shocked he went with Misery. I thought he would, swing more toward Honeymoon in Vegas, all her beautiful dresses she wore.
Forgot about
in that movie. He can relate to that more, but Misery, I forgot all about Misery.
I forgot about Honeymoon in Vegas.
Are you ready? Here, listen to this. Jack Nicholson turned down the role because he felt that he had just made Stephen King's The Shining, but also he felt Kathy Bates had more things to do in the movie than he did.
You see, that would be a very selfish answer, wouldn't it?
But true.
What are you talking about? What's true?
You say it's not true.
Absolutely. I turned down Cuckoo's Nest 4 times before Jack got it.
I'll tell you exactly what you've turned down, which is a step.
Yeah, throughout there's a lot of him turning stuff he got offered, which I had no idea. The Cuckoo's Nest story, I guess people knew, but I'd forgotten about it. I didn't realize he turned that down. Next, he'll complain about gas prices, is Bobina. Yeah, too massive. It's a Wikipedia misinfo. They got some. I mean, Howard's busted for bad research all the time. He just wants things to be true, but what comes out is he's too lazy to fact check. He just gets stuff thrown. He can't do anything on his free time, which is really the problem. And he knows nothing on his own.
Kind of bums me out though. James Caan could have been in Salem, Oregon, down the street, filming Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh, that's where that was shot?
Yes.
What was the facility?
Oregon State Hospital, mental hospital.
Wow. It's considered Salem, the city?
Yes, it's in Salem.
Okay.
That's where it was filmed.
Damn. Do you have any idea why they chose that, Sarah, for the setting?
They had to redo it because it was basically crumbling due to rot. But it's the quintessential mental facility. If you look at it, the old version, yeah, you can see exactly why they did it. It's a scary place to drive by.
Bam. There's nothing scarier than an abandoned mental institution.
Yeah,
In Long Island, there's a place called Pilgrim State. What's there?
It's full.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, but have you ever been by an abandoned mental institution?
I hope not to. ever.
Geraldo and what was that Geraldo thing? God, oh
Creed
God, what
whore?
was it? Yes, something like that. That's been shut down. The Hooper 45's got a great. They're basically ripping off TMZ with that interstitial they just did.
Oh,
So when you
yeah.
hover around the desk, that's exactly right, Hooper. That's exactly what TMZ does with Levin. That's
Oh,
so
okay.
good. That's very true. NA, welcome, sir. Well, people who don't do their own research are kind of crazy nowadays. Weather talk. I love weather talk.
Staggering list of things you turned down.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is 8 years ago. So Caan is, I want to say 74, 75 right here.
Hmm.
So he looks good for his age, but you can see that kind of slump. He has that little back slump. What guys do, guys, old dudes who are in shape where they kind of the posture goes, and Hooper thinks he's 5'3". I don't know if he's that. His son's a Lilliputian. That's Scott Caan. That's a Napoleonic.
His son had a very sad tweet today. I was getting a little lump in my throat reading it. But
What'd
it's
he
like
say?
he tweeted a quote. His dad said, James Caan said at one time, "My father never told me I loved him or he loved me, so I told Scott every minute that I loved him." I was like,
Oh, yeah. He brings his son up there. I've listened to the whole interview, but I just had not so. I mean, maybe during this, maybe once, but during this interview, which I just listened, he brings him up at least 10 times. He's constantly circling back to his son. They were extremely close. No joke.
Mm-hmm.
He looks exactly like him too.
Yeah.
When I come to your house, like for a cup of coffee, do you usually ask me to sit down, or am I going to stand up here like
Take a
this?
seat. Who's stopping you?
What do you?
You're acting like I'm keeping you from sitting down.
They started bombarding him with questions as he walked through the door.
Yeah.
He didn't know what to do.
Thanks, Rob.
Do you have nightmares over turning down One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? That
No,
would've been
I have nightmares. I'm famous for that.
Yeah, but you had an Academy. I mean, you've been nominated for an Academy Award. You never won the Academy Award, which is a shame.
Sure.
But okay, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest would have been your Academy Award, yeah?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm saying Jack was wonderful.
Why did you turn it down four times?
Because I'm a genius. And Milos came to me, Milos Forman,
right,
4 times, not once. And I said,
what?
It's not visual enough.
What does that mean? What was your thought?
It was
there?
not. It's all takes place in 4 walls. It's just a nice stage play.
You didn't think it was a movie?
Exactly.
When you went
Which shows you...
Well, no one knows everything. No one has a crystal ball.
Well, you do, apparently.
Not really. But everyone... I've only made 1 or 2 mistakes. No, but what I'm saying is...
Okay, this next one, I don't know if this is the Harrison. He hates Harrison Ford. I don't know if this is the next one. Let me say. James Caan 2. This is more stuff about like stuff he turned out, and Howard gets his information wrong again.
Okay.
What a night. Hey, did they want Burt Reynolds originally for that role?
No.
That's what I heard, that they want, you know.
You hear so much crap. Why don't you lock yourself up?
In The Godfather, it wasn't Burt Reynolds, like some guy at the studio.
Burt Reynolds didn't come up.
Not once.
At lunch once.
Right. Well, one thing
I think it was, yeah.
De Niro originally auditioned for your role. And they said...
Now, you want the story, you're going to tell me the story. I didn't come here to listen to
all
your
right,
shit.
what's the story? Tell me the story. I happen to know the story.
How could you happen to know the story? I was there.
What happened?
Does he still think he's doing that Who's the Star thing? What did he do?
America's Got Talent.
Yeah, I know.
I was going to pause it and see if you guys could get what he was implying. I love that he was reductive towards it. He's still doing that fucking Star thing with America's Got Talent. He gets that right.
You got talent.
I like to rib you, but
What, Scott?
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say I love that he calls him out for like the way he interviews drives me insane because he throws out like 10 questions, never lets them answer before following up the next one. It's like who's saying he's the best interviewer of all time?
He's saying it. Buchwald's saying it. There was a time when I would have called him a top 3 interviewer in the 90s, but the shit he does now, it's not even, it's by the numbers, the pop psychology bullshit.
Yep.
But there was a time in the 90s when Jackie was writing the questions and it was very loose cannon. It was very counterculture. And I don't give a shit if we have this guest back. I would have given him that title till about 2000, probably the early Sirius years.
Yeah, he's had very good interviews, but I think he's awful as an interviewer.
No, but he's not been called out on it until now. But what made James Caan, you're absolutely right. What made James Caan a great guest? He's a very underrated guest. He doesn't come up a lot as he gives them pushback. He comes back at him and he calls them out and stuff. And I don't, it's a guy like I'm trying to compare him to. I mean, I'll come up with some, but there are a couple guys like him that just and Chris Rock is a guy. Do you remember when Brad Garrett was on the show in the early Sirius years?
Yeah.
He was doing a lot of that.
Mm-hmm. And he was ripping on Artie a lot too.
Yeah.
Which was funny.
James Caan is also of a generation of actors that, like most of the people Howard interviews now, are as egotistical as Howard, and so they like the fake deep questions with tons of follow. And I think Howard wants more attention on how deep his questions are than their answers. That's all he cares about.
Yeah, he views it as a backward compliment in a way.
Right.
Here's a question for you. Actually, what's your favorite interview that you can think of that he's done?
Just one interview? Probably Depp.
Yeah?
Which I have right here. I don't know if we're going to get to. I have, we did a full show on. I don't know if you guys listened to it. It was like the first real show we did. We did 2 test shows, and we started this by doing it. And I have it here. It calls for more dissection because we circle back to it. I have it. I don't know if we're going to get to it today. We'll see where it goes. We'll see the timeline. If you guys, I would love to hear you guys' take on it. If you vote me out, I'm not actually. I'll take it. Sarah, would you want to listen to it? Davyd, would you?
Yeah.
You play whatever you want.
Okay. I mean, because it lines up. It's very lines up with what we're doing. I feel, but again, this is not the end of this Stern series. Might go a few more episodes. It's at least going to go 2 more after this.
Yeah. My favorite interview, and for all the wrong reasons, is the Julia Roberts interview.
Oh, that's great. No, you're right. That's great. Sarah, we're not just talking about that?
Yeah, I agree. I think it wasn't his best. I go with Paul McCartney, the first Paul McCartney interview. But his style of interviewing worked for me. From the Yoko gossip to the Paul seeing an owl in the woods going who. Anyway, it worked for me. I loved it. But I love the Julia Roberts interview too because she didn't want to be there.
Yeah,
she was held hostage. It was great.
Well, she got blackmailed by Robin, no pun intended. Which I agree with Robin 100%. She fucking agreed. Robin donated money to her charity. You do the fucking interview, and then she got shamed into coming on. And Davyd, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of good. Did you know that Julie Roberts dated Pat Menachia, Howard's trainer?
Really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
I found that out when I was making a saga of that, and something happened with a computer problem. Then I got derailed. I got like 50% of the way, and I got, when you're cutting the audio, you listen, it takes so much time to do those sagas. That fucking Todd Packer, I don't know if you know him. He's a legendary uploader. That guy is the best. He is the GOAT. This guy made like 10-hour compilations of like mentions of Seinfeld and Gary. Crazy. Any name you could think of. Ed
Torian.
Ed Torian, right? Casey Armstrong has like 3. So he's the GOAT. And I was doing stuff, and I decided to do that Julia Roberts one, and I had a computer shut down, like a hard drive shut down in the middle of it. I wasted hours doing it. But what I got to was when she admitted she dated Pat Menachia. Wow. Right at that point. I had no idea until this is like 5 years ago when I was doing it.
I'm glad that Sarah brought up McCartney because I swear I've heard it where there's an interview where Robin is hitting on Paul McCartney and he totally blows her off. It's the greatest thing in the world.
Did you know that McCartney was on the same week Depp was?
No.
Yeah, he was on the day before Depp was on.
Interesting.
October 2001. That's the same. Ozzy Osbourne and McCartney were on the same week. He comes up during the interview.
The thing that's endearing, because I have a soft spot in my heart for Ozzy because he's dying. But anyway, Ozzy's exiting as Paul McCartney. His hero is entering. So their interviews were on the same day.
I see that's again, there's so much wrong with the show today. We can go, but one of the things was how great were those guest crossovers when they would just run into each other. That's never ever going to happen. Remember Nicolas Cage and Chris Rock when they double booked them, and Nicolas Cage walked in on a Chris Rock interview.
Yeah.
Yeah. The last one I remember is during the Sirius years, Jerry Seinfeld and Larry King were on the same show, and they were talking about, like, when Seinfeld freaked out on him on his show for saying Seinfeld was canceled.
Yes. Larry King would have those like senility moments.
Yeah, right.
Where he would just get a fact wrong and not care about it.
Yeah.
By far, one of the best sitcoms of the 90s has got to be Seinfeld. That was Larry King's USA Today column.
Does he still think he's doing that Who's the Star thing? What are you doing?
America's Got Talent.
Yeah, I know. I'm only kidding.
You got talent.
I like to rib you because you're funny.
Well, thank you. Not that funny. When you could listen to you all day, go ahead.
You like me that much?
I do. You're an amazing guy.
Thank you so much.
You've lived an amazing life.
What am I, Anthony Quinn? I'm fucking dead now.
No, but I'm just saying.
Jesus.
Holy shit, that was eerie. What am I, Anthony Quinn? What am I, fucking dead now? Holy shit.
And you didn't have the decency to say it in a Dennis Miller voice.
Who am I, Anthony Quinn over here? What am I, dead now? For Christ's sake, plughead.
This is Hank.
45.
I'm dead now.
Hooper, James Caan has no filter. No, he doesn't. And I don't say that too loosely, Hooper. When a lot of people say, "Oh, I shoot from the hip. I say whatever's on my mind." He really does. He truly has no filter in the best possible way. I agree with that, and I don't say no filter easily because a lot of people feel they have no filter, but they really do.
You'll never get married again, right?
I can't say that.
Yes, you will.
Davyd, Ben Benjamin wants to know, is it true you turned down the lead role of Broadway Melody in 1936?
Yes, but I accepted the one for 38.
Touche, Mr. Davyd. Touche.
Oh, you did say it. After your last divorce, you said, I will never get married again.
I'm married 18 years now.
Oh, are you? I thought you got divorced. I don't know what the hell you're up to. Are you?
Okay, so he screws up James Caan's marriage. He thinks he's single, and he thinks, look at this, it's just awful.
Did say it. After your last divorce, you said, I will never get married again.
I'm married 18 years now.
Oh, are you? I thought you got divorced. I don't know what the hell you're up to.
God, Chris.
Your research is a mess.
You've had a lot of women. You've had a lot of women.
I love them all.
Yeah. Who's the best you ever had? The best. Like, just fucking blew your mind.
I'd have to be my
present wife excluded.
I can't do that.
Exclude her.
Exclude her?
Exclude
You
her.
mean exclude it?
I'm talking about who was the hottest piece of ass you ever banged.
There's nothing. We go Darth Kermit modulation, and the voice goes, "Who is the hottest piece of ass you ever?" And you could hear the Darth Kermit when he goes into that mode. And that's kind of when the chick lip teeth. That's when his voice started to get really annoying. I think this is the very year it did, like 13, when he couldn't stand the sound of his voice anymore.
And he's gulping to try to make it lower.
A lot of gulping, right? Sandra Corleone.
I think it was a cardboard cutout.
No, come on.
I can't.
Don't even. Say
I can't. I have none.
Come on.
Look, I'm not one of them. I'm a real romantic.
Who'd you have? Raquel Welch? No.
I'm not.
You had Raquel Welch?
No.
Lola Falana? Who'd you have?
Davyd, what was your experience with Lola Falana and Raquel Welch?
I've only heard Pat Cooper mention that name on the Channel 9 show when he was there.
Oh, he does love bringing up Lola Falana.
Yeah. He has some tirade about her, which I think is hilarious because who the fuck is she? You know?
Who told you that?
Yeah.
Oh, Lola Falana.
Who did you have? Who was the great? I don't know who you did.
That was a sexy lady.
Oh my God.
Oh my God,
beautiful
that's right.
Woman.
Sarah Hooper says your microphone's crackling. I hear a little bit of it too.
Well, it's probably screen sharing, so I may bow out because there's a lot on.
There's a lot of what?
The screen sharing causes this. It's a StreamYard issue, so I can bow out and listen. It's no.
No. Do not bow out.
You stay right there.
Yeah.
You stay right there.
I'll be quiet.
No. You, I mean, at most, maybe try another USB port, but you're fine. It's not much. It's a little bit of crack. It's not enough to be annoying. Not even close.
Okay. All right.
That's fine.
BJ writes, says something that Howard Stern would support a bully like AH unless he's changed his tone. Yeah, well, we're gonna build to that, BJ. We're gonna build to his Amber Heard support. This is only chapter 2.
Yeah.
What the hell is on?
What a night. Hey, did they want Burt Reynolds originally for that role?
No.
That's what I heard, that they want, you know.
You hear so much crap. Why don't you lock yourself up?
And the guy.
Okay, it somehow played. Okay, I'm gonna go to part 3, and you got to remove the files, or it'll just like play it in a repeat. This is part 3 of James Caan on the Howard Stern Show, fall of 2013. I had no idea. Apparently, James Caan was up for the Superman role in the late 70s.
Point the movie business now the way it is. I mean, in the sense that,
not at all.
I mean, you got to be in a superhero movie. It's a lot of
No. It's
costumes.
like, I've lost my ability to leap from building to building in single bounds. I can't find prehistoric animals like I used to.
Weren't you offered Superman?
Yes.
At one point, were you offered to play the Christopher Reeve role as Superman?
Yeah, but you have to understand that when Superman was made, it was written by Mario Puzo, and it was all tongue-in-cheek. It was hysterical.
Right.
Hysterical.
Right.
So because it was all tongue-in-cheek. So like when Superman first learns he can fly and he shows off, he does loop-the-loops and this and that. Yeah. And to typicalize, is that such a word?
Yeah,
sure.
Typical.
I didn't ask about that word. I knew that.
I think the one you said is a made-up word.
Okay, good, thank you.
So someone approached
that word that you said.
They approached you about playing Superman.
Right. So now I read it. I want to give you an example of when Clark Kent is just devastated because she's in love with Superman. Physically, the office is set up in the paper.
The Daily Planet.
Exactly.
Right.
If you go in order to get to Clark Kent's office, you must pass through Lois Lane's office. You understand? To get there. So there's no other way in. So one day, Clark is so pissed off because she's in love with Superman.
So I don't know if it could be. This is apparently the first iteration of the script. They want to turn it into a tongue-in-cheek thing, and he's relaying what the script read as he read it in the late 70s. And I don't, if you see him as Clark Kent, I personally can't, because how perfect was Christopher Reeve. But this is legit. This is legit casting that happened back then. It's not always perfect. Like Mike, it's akin to Keaton's Batman, I think.
Yeah.
He goes, screw it, And this is just a typical scene the way it was written then. And he rips his clothes off and he's got his Superman thing under there. And he goes, Lois, come in here. She goes, come on in here. So she comes in and she looks at him and she goes, that's sweet, Clark, but
Superman.
That's really
That's
sweet.
how it was written. And
then she walks out and he goes, looks in the mirror, he goes, maybe a little tuck here, it was all tongue-in-cheek.
Which would have been a horrible Superman, right? Because how
would you know? You never saw it.
But I'm saying, would that interest you, playing it so tongue-in-cheek? Wouldn't you want to play it as a real Superman?
No, there is no real Superman.
No, but I'm saying, wouldn't you want to make believe there was a real Superman who had real superpowers?
No, but it was very funny.
So why did they never make it?
Not broadly funny.
But why didn't they make the movie with you as Superman?
Because another director did it, and he did. I mean, Christopher Reeves, God bless him.
Right. Were you pissed that you didn't get to play Superman?
No, because what happened, it was the Salkin brothers, and they said there was going to be 2 movies. Now, at the time, I was very lucky. I could do whatever I want. I could have done, the phone book. I was that big.
Right.
Anyway, so I got a call from Brando one night.
Right.
Hey, Jimmy, come on, you going to do this picture with me? I said, no.
Yeah, but Brando ended up being in the Christopher Reeve Superman as Superman's father. He ended up right.
I understand. Now, can I tell my side of the story?
Yeah, but I'm saying why. So Brando says to you.
I'm going to tell you.
Yeah. What did you say to Brando?
I was about to say that when you rudely interrupted. He called me. He was funny. No, he'd always call you in the middle of the night. He was the greatest. He says, "You're going to do this movie, but I need some laughs." I used to make him laugh like at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, Christopher Reeve wasn't going to make him laugh.
No, but that wasn't the reason.
Right.
He says, "You got to do this picture with me." And now, obviously, there was a lot of that.
Yeah. Well,
I said, but Marlon, I can't. He says, "What is it? The money or something?" No, they play me petty of money. It has nothing to do with it. He says, no, well, come on. I said, you're going to be there 3.5 weeks. I'm there for like 4 months. What kind of laughs we're going to have together? You'll have your laughs and you'll take off and you'll leave.
Yeah, Marlon Brando is one of these actors. I don't know if you guys. He's one of these actors that has deals built in where he gets to shoot his shit and get out of there. He never has to be. He doesn't have the attention span to stay on a set longer than say 3 weeks. I think Christopher Walken has that same thing. And I've heard that, and now he's verifying that is true. I didn't realize that was across the board. Even back then, I mean, that's 1978.
Yeah. Did you ever see the movie The Freshman with Matthew Broderick? And Marlon Brando?
I did. That
Great
was
movie.
19. I believe, Davyd, you were 2 years old when you saw that.
I was, yeah. But there's a lot of Brando obviously reading the script. Like they're in a car and he's like looking down at his lap, talking to Matthew Broderick, who's driving.
Oh, so you could spot the thing we're talking about with Depp and the earpiece and
right.
reading from it, which I think is valid if you can sell it. If you can look convincing in the scene, who gives a shit how you're getting the dialogue? If it's a time thing, if you're just not good at that's fine, but that's funny because I trust that you do. You know, Brando does a lot of things where he's glancing down a lot when he acts.
Right.
So I could see that. I really can visualize. I'm going to go back and watch that just to see because I believe exactly what you're saying.
I have a flashbulb memory of like a car scene from that movie where he's like, it's like a minute of talking to Matthew Broderick, but not looking at him the entire time, just looking at his lap.
That was 3 years after Matthew Broderick killed 2 people in Ireland.
Right.
1987 to 1990.
That's right.
Leave me alone.
That's right.
So he says, no, we work something out. He says, first the money, he goes, I said, Francis, no, Marlon, you know they're making 2 movies out of it, not 1.
Right.
You got to make 2. He says, so what? I'm doing it. And I said, yeah, but you don't have to wear the suit. And he went, then he hung up and I heard.
Yeah, the other thing when Brando had it made, and this is how he could live on an island and not work for 20 years. They paid him for 2 films for 3 weeks of work.
Wow.
In the Superman, because Superman 1 and 2, both great Superman movies, they let him shoot his scenes in 3 weeks and split. And if you watch him again with the Phantom Zone and General Zod, you could see that easily could have been true. And people, you don't know that until years later. But that's a smart thing movie productions could do, is if you get all the people there, you get the infrastructure, you get shoot sequel. If you know you're going to get a second one, shoot 2, because you never know when something like an Amber Heard's going to happen.
Right.
But I'm sure the Aquaman people probably are glad they didn't shoot the second one at the same time, because then they'd have to swim. They couldn't shoot around her like they have the option to now.
Or Carrie Fisher for the Star Wars.
Yes.
Stuff. Yeah.
The Matrix did it. I think Pirates 2 and 3 did it. It's just easier. I'm surprised more films don't do that. I think there's probably more examples people are going to have. Okay.
Yes.
The movie business.
The next one I believe is James Caan, and this is again where he has no filter, hates Harrison Ford, and you just don't see honesty like this from anybody in his weight class.
Because I look at the movies that you turned down. You ready? Here, listen to this. Listen to this list of movies.
See, this isn't
down.
nice. I'll tell you why.
All right, well, wait a second. Star Wars.
Well, who the?
Did you turn that down?
They didn't want an actor. That's why they got Harrison Ford.
Oh, interesting. Not a fan.
No, he was absolutely mediocre. and he didn't want anybody to distract. He didn't want anybody to distract from his prowess, Georgie.
Has he gotten any better? As an actor,
I don't know. I don't go to his movie. He's gotten a little more arrogant, apparently.
Is that right? Why don't you like Harrison Ford? Is there?
I don't dislike him. He did something with me. He's fine.
What did he do?
He called me the wrong name or something.
What did he call you?
John.
Oh, you mean he didn't know your name? And he goes,
no,
oh,
of course he knew who my name was, but see, he was one of my little extras in one of my movies.
Oh, I see.
And he wasn't even good at that.
Wow.
No.
So when you went to see Star Wars...
What did you get me now? You got me all worked up.
I'm sorry.
You're really a bastard. Remember when Val came and says, you're never going to get Jimmy on this program. Yeah, Jackie Zito walked me in.
Why, like the thing with... Turn down Star Wars.
I didn't turn down Star Wars.
You didn't?
But go ahead.
Okay,
I didn't
Close
do it.
Encounters of the Third Kind.
Didn't do it. Didn't turn it down. Or maybe I did. I don't remember.
Kramer versus Kramer?
For sure.
Would have been a great role for you. The Dustin
You know what?
Hoffman
See,
role.
you're another genius.
Well,
let me ask you a question.
I'm just saying you would have been great in it.
Anybody, listen, I love Dustin. Dustin's a friend of mine.
Now, he's a good actor.
Yes.
Right.
But it's just like if you look at Love Story, right, and today, that won every account. You can't tell what the people like. It's the worst movie ever made.
I empathize with you. I know.
Stuck for a second, you're there.
Yeah, that one had to kill you. Which role?
It did not kill me.
The Bobby Duvall role? What was the role that you turned down? The Martin Sheen role?
Listen, I'm afraid to tell you the story because the people who give you this info. We should have dinner together, not for too long, but enough to straighten out your
It wouldn't
crap.
go well. I don't want to get beaten up.
It would be great.
Well, maybe. No. What
Here's
happened
what
to
happened.
Apocalypse Now?
An actor, that's why they got to have
He turned down Apocalypse Now. These are major movies. By the way, Sunflower Dragon, we talked about Tony Sirico just before you popped on, and we talked about your binge watching of The Sopranos 2 a night. We're trying to Belo, who lives in New Brunswick, New Jersey, has not seen The Sopranos, and so I can't look. I don't think New Brunswick is too far away from North Caldwell where they are. So I would wonder, because you probably would recognize. Oh, maybe you wouldn't, unless they're shooting it at a GameStop or Funko-Land, or what were the 3 iterations? It was GameStop, Funko. You got another compliment in the comments.
There was a bunch of different game stores. But
Electronics Boutique. That's what I was thinking of.
And Babbage's.
Oh God.
Babbage's. Holy shit. Babbage's. Of course you do, Davyd.
Yeah. Next to like the Suncoast video or something.
We must put him down. Okay. Next one. And I didn't know this, and it makes me very depressed. James Caan was broke, was bankrupt. He got ripped off by his managers, a la Depp, along the way. This is a crazy story. I had no idea. And that's why he did that Las Vegas show, which was a guilty pleasure of mine. I have to, and I used to watch it on Monday nights. It was just so schlocky. I was just I don't know why I watched it every week. I love the broads on the show, Vanessa Marcel and Nikki Cox. But the funniest thing was James Caan played a security expert working at this hotel. And they would be in these like complex hand-to-hand combat scenes. James Caan would like jump off a mezzanine and like take out 4 ninjas in the middle of a fucking casino. It was hilarious. But he knows it's crap. And he talks about his kind of why he did the show. It was strictly a cash grab, and he admits it.
When you did the TV show Vegas,
okay,
you did that for 4 years.
Yes, sir.
4 seasons.
How's the volume, Sarah?
So far it's fine.
Okay.
And then you left.
Yes, sir.
The show tanked after you left.
Yes, sir.
Is that a great source of pride to you?
No, I don't thrive on.
I just want to say here, Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford. Caan calls Howard out on his Schadenfreude here.
Source of pride to you?
No, I don't thrive on people's failures. No.
You weren't happy that you left and the show tanked?
Absolutely not.
Oh, that's such bullshit.
Maybe you're right. That would be really kind. That would be like calling a pope. I mean, he was. I put his head on a scale one day, and the needle didn't move, not an inch.
Wow.
Okay,
there was nothing in it.
He was just a ridiculous person.
Are you a difficult guy to work with? Or
no. If I can't laugh, I don't go.
Right.
And I'm serious. I've done 100 whatever.
Yeah.
And what's really funny, to be serious for a moment, every picture that's successful, no matter what the subject matter is, if people like each other, it somehow emanates off the screen. I don't care what the subject matter is.
The chemistry's not there. The whole
chemistry's a word, but
when you work with a show.
I had this conversation about movies. I don't know if you guys feel the same way. I think we get a little wrapped up in too consumed with story a lot of times. I've seen directors and I've seen movies that I adore that had absolutely no story, and it was just great characterization and great dialogue, and I didn't give a shit. I didn't even know what the story was, and at the end of it, I'm quoting it and talking about it. Sometimes life's not always a story, you know. Sometimes it's just mundanity.
Yeah, I love the movie Wet Hot American Summer because it's all these like Janine Garofalo, and it's a lot of people before they were famous, but they made it a summer camp, and it's just
that was on Netflix, right, Davyd? Like a few years, or it was like.
So they made a movie in the year 2000 and did like a reboot of it, but the original is just like all these Upright Citizens Brigade people, Amy Poehler and Molly Shannon, and it just has like it's like Airplane, you know, it's just a series of like short form sketches with like a through line, and you just want to be in the movie with these people because they look like they're having so much fun, you know?
Yeah, and there's no actual story that you could remember, and it's just dialogue driven, and there's great characterization. It's like, I don't
Yeah.
even know what the story, what we talk about? Not Fast Times. I mean, is Fast Times at Ridgemont High a story? Not really.
It's
It's
got a
just high
little
school
one.
life.
Slice of
Mike,
life.
maybe Mike Damone's story, right?
I was actually going to say Airplane before
Yeah.
Davyd said it. I mean, there's really nothing going on. It's just a bunch of funny shit.
Right, right. Days to Confuse. We brought up Days to Confuse a few weeks ago. Is that really a story? It's just life in the 70s of
Right.
teenagers in what are they in Austin or something? Was it really a story?
And also movies where the actors sort of, you know, like my favorite movie of all time is Network from the 70s. And
Of course it is.
Of course it
Of
is.
course
right.
it is. Howard Beale, is that the guy, the main?
That's the character's name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's just fun because, you know, you can tell that it's all these top trained actors at the height of their powers, and just, you know, it must have been just so much fun to, you know, do this essentially stage play as a movie.
Is that all shot in New York? Is that I know
Yeah.
it's set in, okay, good. That's something I haven't seen in a very long time, and I've been meaning. I'm on this binge.
It's great.
I'm on a perpetual binge of movies. Is entirely shot in 70s and early 80s New York City, which is
the best.
so they fool you into thinking that sometimes it's in LA, but
Right.
that one I've heard is completely shot in New York.
Yeah, it is.
What's the main cast, Davyd?
Faye Dunaway, William Holden, Robert Duvall, Peter Finch plays the Howard Beale character. It's just those. There's other people, but those are the four leads.
Gina Bobina wants to know when Camp Gunk is. That's pretty good. That would be good. Like what do they do, Sarah? The Housewives show. They have the vacations that go on. We have like a gunk retreat kind of thing.
Yeah, of course. They have like 2 vacations a year, and they always go to Mexico and then wherever else. But yeah, I'm not paying a trip to Mexico.
Let's go to Walnut.
Let's go to Camp Walnut. Great, Davyd. Perfect.
Showrunner, and the showrunner is the guy who really he's the guy.
Yeah, I got one down to the best.
So here they're going into James Caan was broke for a very long time. Very, very, I mean, like destitute.
The new
funny.
show. But on Vegas, it was
I personally didn't, because the guy had an ego that was, you know, it was ridiculous. So, and then one thing, and then there was a deal made where I had a little piece of the back end. It was the only reason to do the money. I mean, do the show, do the money. That's
Did
funny.
you need the money because I
got broke.
You got broke because.
Okay, lest you think Howard's empathetic or sympathetic, because Howard loves nothing more than when people go broke.
Mm-hmm.
He loves this. He's gonna try to act like he's sympathetic. He's got a wig to cry on, but God knows he loves this. Is Schadenfreude, and he's gonna pretend that he's not. He loves every second of this. When other people go broke, other people get fat, other people lose hair. He loves it all.
I got robbed.
You got robbed. You have someone in your business life ripped you off. You claimed, right?
What do you mean I claimed?
Well,
my bank claimed.
Well, I don't know exactly what went down. You blamed someone in your business. Who knows?
I didn't blame anybody. They did it.
How did you? Where did your money? How much money did someone steal from?
All right, 20 years of like 25% of everything I made.
Yeah.
My Scott wouldn't have had to never work again.
Right.
Because then they changed the pension law. You remember it was like you could only have X amount of dollars, but then they couldn't hurt anybody who had money in there. Every 25% of everything I made went into.
Hello, Katie Aldana, welcome. Barbara DeRush, yes. Talking Sopranos, I've listened to a bunch of those. I'm behind on it though. That is, I believe, Steve Sharippa, who starred with Beth in Casino Cinema, and God damn it, Christopher Moltisanti. God, why am I blanking on his name? God, why am I blanking on Christopher's name? Oh my God, I'm blanking. I'm sorry, but they host it together, and they have a guest every day, every week. I think it's twice a week or once a week, and they've had everybody on from David Chase to Alec Baldwin, for Christ's sake. And what the heck was I going to say? Okay, so a guy like James Caan, for him to go, I mean, Kevin Bacon had that thing with Bernie Madoff. I don't know if you guys remember
Right.
that.
That's right.
So it's a similar thing, and Depp had that thing with his business managers. But for a guy like James Caan, when you're in your 70s, that's more tragic. That's a lifetime of shit you've done. You're going through your head. I lost that. I lost that. I lost that. I lost that. I think it's way sadder to me.
I think a similar thing happened to Ed McMahon. I remember hearing Howard talking about it when he was still alive. Like he got wiped. I don't know if it was like a divorce thing or, but he somehow.
No, I
lost.
think you're absolutely right. And I remember Ed McMahon used to be on the Stern Show a lot. And Howard he had that Schadenfreude thing when he was doing it. He loved hearing that. And don't think for a second he sympathizes with him at all.
He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
He sure is.
Your pension.
My pension plan.
And so
the whole pension plan, now they wanted me to play the penalty. Because if you took it out before you're 65, it's 66%.
Yeah.
They took it out, they wanted me. I said, put me in jail. What am I, a moron? This guy stole it. You want me to pay the...
So you went bankrupt.
Pretty much. Well,
And so
more than
did you
pretty much. I had to borrow money to keep my house.
Did you take the role on Vegas in order to stay solvent?
Pretty much. I kind of like to put it like hard times will make a monkey eat red peppers.
Have you made enough?
Thank you, Sunflower. Yeah, Michael Imperioli. I don't know. It's just a brain fart. I actually should know that. No excuse. I just blanked on his name. Michael Imperioli played Christopher Moltisanti, Tony's nephew.
Enough money that you don't need to do a show now, or are you doing this show because, hey, it's good money?
No. To be quite honest, and it's sad. I really think not for me. I'm really happy with the show. Yeah, because there was always this stigma with the television, this and that. But the truth of the matter is, Howard, I've done 4 or 5 movies, and I still have integrity, and I still, the proudest source of my pride is that guys like Depp and this and that.
Okay, this is how we got here. So when I was telling Sarah Sarah, did we not have a conversation the day before he died? And I said, do you remember when James Caan talked about Depp?
Yeah, you absolutely did. I texted you after I found out he was dead, and I said that's eerie.
It's ridiculous. It was the next day, and so Robert Duvall was another guy who I remember talking about Depp, and we went and found, and it was this fucking part. It's the only thing I was listening to. And then he passed away, and this is the only thing I was gonna play, and then he passed away. And I'm like, let's just turn this into let's do the first part of this as a tribute to James Caan and the last time he was ever on the Stern Show. I just felt
3 hours of clips from a guy saying guys like Depp.
So, and I didn't know they had any relationship whatsoever. He's not a mentor. I know of Depp's, but apparently he was. Depp has so many different friends, and I guess they had some relationship I'm not aware of. We're not going to get to it. We're going to do a future Deppening where we're going to talk about stuff Depp didn't do, stuff he was rumored to do, stuff that never got made, stuff that just rumors that went crazy, stuff I wanted him to do, directors who wanted to cast him, shit like that, superhero movies. Well, that might be a whole different thing. But he was heavily pursued to, speaking of James Caan, to do the movie The Program. I don't know if you guys remember, there was a football movie. It was a college football movie, and Depp was being courted to play the Craig Sheffer role, who was the quarterback in the movie, and the producers could not track him down. They couldn't find him. They couldn't get word to him. They couldn't get any kind of yes or no or firm anything. He either ducked them or his agent wouldn't return the call. But I'm trying to remember that time period. I think he did Benny and June and Gilbert Grape when that movie was made. So that was, and James Caan was the coach of this college football team. And they kind of played on all these college football cliches that were going, steroid abuse and all the stories that were in the paper. So that was go ahead, man.
Oh, I was going to say, I always forget, Tim Burton did not direct Dick Tracy. It seems like a movie.
He should have.
He should have.
That feels like a Burton movie.
Because James Caan was, I think he was in Dick Tracy.
Al Pacino was, I think, God, what was his character's name? Al Pacino was in it, Madonna, Warren Beatty.
Right. I feel like James Caan was in it.
I don't know if he was in Dick Tracy, but you're absolutely right. When they made Dick Tracy, they basically bit off Burton's Batman and they made it into that tone.
Danny
You're
Elfman did the
absolutely-
music.
Danny Elfman did the soundtrack to. By the way, you got David. Yeah, David's gonna be the next Danny Elfman. Make no mistake about it. And I'll show you why right after this.
Really happy with the show. Yeah, because there was always a stigma with the television, this and that. But the truth of the matter is, Howard, I've done 4 or 5 movies, and I still have integrity, and I still, the proudest source of my pride.
I mean, this is a guy. You talk about brutal honesty, and there was Hooper that was saying it. He's admitting. You don't see a lot of people admitting to cash grabs, and he's owning it. He's like, "I was broke. I needed to do this shit." It's a piece of crap. NBC television were fantastical, awful plots. I hated the producer. I liked the people I worked with, but I needed the money. You never hear this.
Is that guys like Depp and this, I think they respect me. They come up to me and they ask questions, and there's nothing I would ever allow to happen to take that away from me. That I get the respect from some of these young guys that I really respect.
Right.
Really respect.
Johnny Depp is deferential.
Johnny Depp, I mean, they're all great. Leonardo, I mean, there's some wonderful, wonderful, and my son and his friends. I wouldn't trade that for no money.
But on Vegas, they were not respectful.
No, that's what I said to my son. And he goes, "What are you, an idiot? You've done enough. Stop all that nonsense and da-da-da-da-da." But then it got to the point where it wasn't fun.
When you were on the set, you said,
Texaho is a great comment here. Con artists very much prey on the elderly, and they deserve the death penalty as far as I'm concerned. And if elected, benevolent dictator. You know what, Texaho, that reminds me of? The Sal Governale stockbrokers calling the retired school teacher in Iowa for stock, bum stock tips with fake stocks in boiler rooms. That's what that reminds me of, what you're talking about. And that's what happened to James Caan. I think he trusted some fucking serpentine. That's well said.
I'm James Caan. I've done a few things in this business that people respect. These kids are not giving me
No. I had nothing to do with the kids. They were great.
Then who wasn't giving you the respect? The showrunner?
Well, the stories, the thing. But also...
You felt the scripts weren't good enough?
Yeah, they were just sometimes...
Sunflower Dragon wants to do the carbon-14 test on you, Davyd, where we're going to have to cut you open and count the rings, if that's okay.
I'm
here
for that.
Listen, you had Vegas. You could make any story you wanted. Popes, queens, pimps. Everybody comes to Vegas.
And you went to them and you said, "Hey, guys, we have..."
No, every day there was a little battle. But the worst thing was there was some kind of a financial thing that they did where they sold... We did 47 shows. They sold 88 shows. We only did 47.
Right.
To TNT because NBC went from number 1 to number 4. So the shareholders were getting a little upset. So they sold it, which is terribly illegal because they sold it for about a...
Howard knows something about bait and switching and shareholders, don't you, Sirius and CBS? Howard knows a little something about that. Marfon Stewart.
1/5 of what it was worth, or a 1/4 anyway. And then they sold the foreign rights for $450. They took $900 and took it off the budget. Wait a minute. I had some point. Don't I get anything for that?
And you saw nothing?
No. So the only reason...
So that's why you left.
Creatively... There was only so much. I mean, I created the part. It was fun, and I made it, a little different and fun for me. And the kids were great. I mean...
Now, that's honesty. You'll never hear Howard talk about money on any level even close to that. This motherfucker won't talk about, what he's paying for Poland Spring in the green room. Now, that's brutal honesty. This is the last James Caan clip. This is his last... he says goodbye, and this is kind of I feel this is sad because it's the way the Howard TV used to say goodbye to the guest. So this is he reveals too that Chuck Zito is, if you remember, Chuck Zito was originally how he got on the show. He came on with Chuck Zito. I don't know if you remember that, Sarah.
Yeah,
Sarah,
sorry, I was making.
Okay.
Yes, I was making tea. Sorry, yes, I do remember that.
Is that cartoon cat in the background, by the way?
No, I don't know where she is. I'm enjoying the
Camilla
silence.
and her crazy adventures.
Speaking of cats, I don't know if you can see my little thumbnail there, but that's my big son. His name is Dummy.
Why Dummy?
Because he's afraid of his own tail, so we call him Dum Dum. But he's my son. He's the best.
that Camilla, you are putting a cat up to compete with Camilla on the screen.
She's the deafening.
This cat can give Camilla a run for her money because it's very, very pretty.
Thank you.
And she's jealous. That's why she's hiding right now.
They can be best friends.
It's a she or a he, Balo?
It's a boy, but he's got a sister too.
Is he named after the Great Gazoo from the Flintstones? Hello, Dum Dum.
A little bit.
Okay.
I love when Artie would do that.
Oh no, those are the days. The Great Gazoo, one of the best characters in the history of cartoons. Davyd worked on the soundtrack, for the Flintstones, by the way, the musical score.
That's not the prize, Dum Dum.
Mr. Caan, you and Howard have an interesting back and forth. I mean, you're one of the few people that comes in here and gives it right back to him.
Well, that's because I threatened him and I can kick his ass. That's why.
But why do you love him? Why do you love coming back here?
Well, wait a minute. It went from like to love. I was first brought up here because it was pretty funny. Robert Duvall was on the show, my buddy, and he said, one guy you'll never get on the show because he used to like ride everybody and took, he still even try like who you go to bed with and all that stuff. He says, it's Jimmy Caan. So somehow he got under his skin. And a friend of mine named Chucky Zito, who used to be on the show all the time, he says, come on, let's take a walk.
The key to that one is used to be on the show all the time. He's been Marcied. So that's at that point, Chuck Zito had not been on he'd been Marcied. He gets, that story about Chuck Zito trying to get into the birthday bash, right?
I don't know that story.
No.
So they had that birthday bash, and this is when Howard's going full celebrity, and he had the Marcy mandate. Chuck Zito was walking through New York. He found out about it. He showed up and just wanted to be let into the bash. Ross Zapin was out on the street giving out free tickets to try to make the place look full. He heard Chuck Zito was there, and Ross Zapin hid behind the door until Chuck Zito was ushered away. And they said no to him.
Why?
Because he knew because they celebrityed the crowd. There was none of that. There was no Artie. There was no Casey. There was no Jackie. There was no Billy West. It was what that, he had Chelsea Handler and Whitney Cummings and no Artie and no Billy West.
Wow.
Did you watch the birthday bash?
I've seen it.
I've seen clips, but yeah, it's just ridiculous. The ladder that built Howard up to where he is, and then he just kicks the ladder down once he got to this plateau.
Well said, Davyd. I like that. Very poetic. Very poetic. But so Chuck Zito somehow found out about the birthday bash, and he just showed up. And I don't know if it was just like, fuck you, I'll do whatever I want. I'll show up. They're gonna let me in. Let's see him stop me. And then Ross Zapin hid when he found out he was out there, because initially he was outside giving free tickets away to fans to scream and to make it look full. You can't have it empty. You can't spend $4 million on a fake birthday party and have it look empty. And so he found out and he hid from Zito, and they never let him in. And he told that story somewhere, but I'd heard it a few times. That was one of the dirt Monique had excavated.
Was he still coming on the show at that time, or
no? He was. This is exactly that time. So what you see here is about 2-3 months away from the birthday bash. And so what Caan says here is he used to do the show.
Did he ever even come on after he was booted for hitting John?
You mean AJ Benza?
Yeah. Oh, who did he say?
You said John.
Yeah. Didn't you say AJ Benza, or are you talking about someone else?
No. Chuck Zito's the guy who punched out AJ Benza at Scores.
My fault. I got him confused.
No, that's okay. That's perfectly understandable.
It's easy. They're the same person.
There's a whole pugilistic circle jerk there because John fought AJ and Chuck Zito's involved. I totally get it.
One day, right across the street, when you're on 57th Street, I think.
Right, I'm on 57th and 6th.
Yeah, so he says, where we going, Chuck? You're going to have some coffee. And he sneaks me into the show. I had a real good time at Howard. Couldn't have been nicer to me. And that was it. And then one morning, a couple of months later, I get a call at 7 in the morning. I was in Florida. And he had me live on the radio. I'm just waking up. So it's been, funny, and I haven't seen him in a while. Howard's a good guy.
What do you think the secret is to his longevity? Why he's been able to be so successful?
He don't shut up. And he's funny. You know, he's funny. And you just don't know what's coming out of his mouth. I think, you know, unpredictability is what makes a good actor. Unpredictability is a good thing that makes a guy who runs a show like that. And that's pretty much what I think.
Well, thank you. Thank
and
you
that's
very
the only thing is what I think. That doesn't make it right. You understand that?
Thank you, Mr. Caan.
All right, guys.
Good luck to your new show.
He had to mine deep for those compliments.
Yeah. Little does he realize the last thing Howard wants is unpredictability now. It's his biggest nightmare. His kryptonite is unpredictability now. There's nothing spontaneous about this shit show. And, you know, Caan, this is 8 years ago almost. But Jesus, rip James Caan. That's sad watching it come out. Like, that's the last time he was on. And I just called a little audible to do a tribute to James Caan.
I keep having the feeling that Jack Nicholson is going to drop. I mean, for the last 10 years, I'm like, he's got to drop one of these days.
Is he 85 yet?
He's got to be up there.
He's at least in his early 80s. I think he's either Caan's age or 2 years older, something like that.
It's been a while since he's been at a Lakers game. I don't blame him, but I haven't
No,
seen him in a
his
while.
son's in those seats now. You see
He's
that?
85.
Okay, wow, he is 85. They have some comments. The heck was it? What did I just read? Okay, Dorian Morgan writes, "The Great Gazoo is obviously a confirmed bachelor." Katie Aldana. It was nice of James Caan to dress up for the interview. I know. Well, I mean, you know, when the host is wearing scarves and Sean John clothes, you might as well wear a pre-distressed baseball T-shirt. He was
the Puma era of the show.
He was promoting a show called Back in the Game, where he was coaching, I guess, his grandson's little league team, which was, I guess, it was an ABC kind of single cam sitcom for a while. I don't know if it went more than 2 seasons. Kind of like go to
Bad
the
News Bears.
Yeah, it was, you know, that's exactly what they were going for. Because everything's derivative. I'm sure it was a cash grab. He wanted to leave money for his son.
Sure.
He loves that. Nicholson made a deal with the devil. He kind of did, Hooper. I mean, he never has to. He doesn't have to do talk shows. They kind of throw a role. He works whenever he feels like it. He's universally worshipped all the time. He's never really called out on anything. You don't hear any. I'm sure there's seedy shit about him if you really dug, but you don't know anything about that guy.
Was he dating Angelica Houston during
Yes.
the Roman Polanski thing?
Sarah, you know that dirt, right?
I'm pretty sure he was. Yeah.
Okay.
And
That was his
what
first
was
deal with the devil.
the dissolution of he dumped Angelica Houston, and what was Polanski's involvement in that again?
Well, I think it was the Roman Polanski incident happened at Angelica Houston's house. I think.
Yes, it was at Nicholson's house, I think.
At Nicholson's house, yeah.
God, what wacky stuff! And this is like, you know, this is before the gossip we have now. We'd know so much more about it today if that happened. We'd be parked on it. But Nicholson got away with, you know, his wild years. It just wasn't any of the TMZ-ization or, you know, Daily Mail or, you know, Radar Online. Our friend Adam Levy, by the way, I saw the other day. He either he took the picture, he wrote an article on Pacino and Stallone spotted having dinner together. And I saw, it was just some weird gossip thing. And I panned to the top, it says by Adam Levy of the Daily Mail, our buddy from Radio Gunk. And I haven't heard from him in a while. We should have him back on. All right, next, let's go to, because this is what Sarah and I talked about initially. This is the first thing. This is Sandra Bernhard on the Stern Show during the release of Private Parts and Donnie Brasco are out simultaneously. So this video is not shown on Howard, on the E show at the time. So I have the Howard TV version. I don't know how I remember this. I remember, this is a stupid memory I have of all things Depp, that she was on the show and she complimented Depp in the middle of Howard's fucking Private Parts end zone dance. And so Howard just was reductive towards bringing up any other movie but his. And so during this, he's groping her in a way that...
Don't spoil it.
Okay.
Ladies,
just watch
get a
us
bucket.
lead into
You're going to puke.
Yeah. This is a gay man and a lesbian in 1997. Okay, so here we go. Again, this is March of 1997. Sandra Bernhard on the Stern Show. What the hell did I do with? There it is. Here it is.
Come here. Girls. I'm gonna show you how to do a love scene with Sandra. Come over here. Let me get a good. Let me get a good.
You know something? I was supposed to be in the flick, but of course.
How's the volume?
It's good.
Nobody ever called me, so I knew it was an oversight.
What flick? My flick?
There was no room.
Let me see.
There was no room.
Come here.
Hi, baby.
Yeah.
Baby.
You know, you're
You're
good.
so tall, Howard.
Just give me a little hug.
Well, you smell very soapy this morning.
That's because
fresh and soap. Do you get up like 3 and
No, that's because I washed 2 days ago.
Maybe I'm still ovulating.
You know, let me put my hand on your pants.
Oh, you can tell.
Are you wearing underpants?
You know I wear underpants. I showed you my underpants.
Let me see.
This is like instant replay.
Let me see those. Let me unbuckle this buckle.
Here we go. Robin, I let him do it every time.
What are we doing?
Turn it down a little bit.
I knew you were going to say that. It's never low enough for Sarah. Is it too? How is it the volume for you guys?
It is a tiny bit loud.
It could be
okay. She's okay. So I want because I want to get a perfect set because it's hard because when I control the volume on the actual video where I am, I'm going down 80% almost the way this is controlled. And you don't want to not hear.
It's going to pierce through your cranium. So you
Okay.
Turn it down a little.
Okay, so I'm down to here about 20%.
I know. How desperate am I?
You are wearing underpants, aren't you?
I can't go.
This is what you should have done in the Rodney special. Look at this
Well,
cute little outfit.
You missed my singing.
Aren't I gentle with a woman? Look how
You're so gentle. I always melt into
Look
you.
what I do to you. Look at this. Look at what I'm doing. What am I doing to you?
What are you doing?
I don't know. What am I doing? What am I doing to
I'm
you?
fainting away.
Wait a second. Look what I'm doing. Are you getting hot? Are you getting hot at all?
I want you.
You do?
I'm gonna whip your ass.
Yes. You're not so
We
lesbian.
get to see your ass.
Yeah, I know. That was frightening. You shouldn't have seen
That
that.
was unbelievable.
I'm in the gym.
Hooper writes, am I the only one who thinks Sandra Bernhard looks good? Yeah, Hooper, she's about as good as she's gonna look. This is about she gets the most out of what God gave her.
It's the straightened hair.
Yeah, she's a butterface, we know but this is the most she makes the most of what she's got. She does look pretty good here for Sandra. And by the way, she's brilliant in King of Comedy. They don't use her as an actress enough. I think she was on. Do you guys remember her in Roseanne?
Oh yeah.
What was her? Was she just a friend?
Nancy,
She was she was their eventually lesbian friend, but her character dated Tom, or I think was married to Tom Arnold in the early seasons.
Ah, okay.
And then she comes out later, and then they go into the Land for Lunchbox together as business partners. And then she kind of fades away.
And she dated
Land for Lunchbox?
Yeah, the Lunchbox.
Oh, that was the name of
their loose meat sandwich restaurant.
Yeah.
I know.
There was an episode. There was an episode she's dating Mariel Hemingway.
Yep. What's the name of the club? The gay bar.
God. Yeah,
Lips.
I forgot that.
Very underrated show. They did a lot of good stuff on that. I didn't see. I wasn't encyclopedic about it, but I saw it here and there. And it was always good.
Working out
Look
now.
at that ass.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, you know what? You need a little massage on that ass.
Rub yours. Wow. Oh, man. I tell you, I'm practically getting it on with her, right?
Oh, God.
The poor
It's just starting.
It's just starting.
Oh,
So
shit.
Sarah, I want you to just step in Allison Stern's shoes right now.
I would leave his belongings would be at the end of the paved driveway by the iron gate. And actually, no, on the outside of the gate on the sidewalk. He would not be allowed in because the lock would be changed and the code would be changed on the gate.
My memory of this is it was not on the E show. Because I remember when the Depp reference was made, I went to look for it and I couldn't find. This is Howard TV that we're watching. So this is their marriage is long over, and they decided to show this so that Allison, could care less now. But back then, she's listening to this on the radio, and this is the visual of what she would have seen. There's no like shtick for the radio. This just goes off of, you can't qualify this at all. I don't care what the fuck money he's and by the way, he's probably making at this point 25 to 30 million a year from what I remember. 97.
Pay attention to where his uncalloused hands travel on her in the front.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Let's get it on. I don't feel anything hard though.
Well, that'll happen. I don't have much.
Heterosexual sunflower dragon writes, of the two, I'm banging Sandra.
The whole time I'm doing this interview, Sandra's grabbing my ass and squeezing it.
I'm massaging it to make it.
Let me feel your stomach.
To make it
The flatness that is your stomach.
perk it up.
Is this getting you hot at all?
It's
what I'm doing right
getting me
now?
so hot, honey.
This is getting you going?
Nobody's touched me in so long.
Really? No girls even?
No.
Really?
Nobody.
How's this feel?
Feels good.
Don't you wish I could slide my hand down your pants?
Well, you could if you wanted.
Really? Just like this?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Hey, look what I'm doing right now.
I don't feel well.
God.
Look what her vajayjay is and his Marfan hand, right? I mean, you have to be. Amber Heard would say you're touching pubic bone at this point, right?
Yeah.
He has gone further than Madonna ever went on her.
Yeah.
If you're Allison's lawyers, you're just gobbling up this footage and just whipping it. How could you possibly win in a? And so court-ordered therapy is her solution to this?
This is the cover photo for the divorce documents.
Look at his Look at his 6'7" hand on the top, cradling her waist, and then look at. So that's the hand that's in her pants, right? So it's Marfan. Here we go.
You can do whatever you want, babe.
Really? I can do whatever I want?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Can you get him down both sides? That's why I wear like loose jeans.
That's his wiggle. And
I really think I'm gonna throw up.
This divorce came as such a shock to. I think they were not living together about a month after this. My theory is, and that's why he didn't go to John's wedding, which was not the summer of '97. Johnny Triano, plughead tries too hard, gay, straight, cringe.
How's this?
That's hot.
Are you getting hot?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? She's not a lesbo. She just never had a good man.
Is that it?
You're not a lesbian. You're not.
I know.
You just don't have any hot guys.
Well, I have a few.
What's that, Sarah?
The hand has disappeared.
Now the hand's gotten further. So it was bad before. Now it's gotten further. He's at his wrist.
He has a wife and 3 daughters at home.
Right.
He's at his limp wrist right now. I remember Hemingway's Playboy spread, Hooper and Mariel Hemingway.
Ernest.
Yeah, Davyd had Ernest.
Davyd, do you have a good gaydar? What do you sense from Howard?
I have a whole theory about Howard's sexuality that is probably too long to go into here, but
no, it's not too long. No, it's not.
I think, truthfully, I think that it transcends being attracted to men or women. I think he is a voyeur, and he gets off on being like supremacy to people.
Interesting.
And so I don't think he would ever come out, because part of what turns him on is that the other party doesn't know that he's objectifying them. I think that, when he says to Doug Goodstein, like, what, you don't jerk off thinking when Sal jerks off to your wife? That is, he said that more than once on the show. And I think that that's part of his kink, is that you don't know that he's objectifying you to your face.
That's fascinating.
So
where does Millie Bobby Brown and that whole pedo angle plan?
Right. So it's the difference between, like, I think there's sort of this weird kind of Madonna horror thing to it, where it's like he's very protective in a lecherous, awful way of, like, Beth, where he's taking videos of her peeing outside. Do you remember that from a couple months ago?
Yeah. There's no way. Yeah. Well, how about her brothers in the the Hamptons video?
But then on the other end of it, it's like, I think he's so angry with his mother, and so he'll sexualize her to completely denigrate her because he's angry with her. So, yeah, I'm kind of all over the place with this theory, but
that's a great answer, though. It's phenomenal.
And the last thing I would say is that I noticed throughout his career, he's always looking for hiding places, whether it's behind the glasses or the hair or the dark studio. And I think that it's in order to look at you and objectify you or sexualize you in a way that you don't know that he's doing it. And he would never come out because he's got a perfect setup, you know.
Why would you ever right? Why would you ever trifle with that? He wins every way you do it.
Right.
And the only ones that poke back on the sexuality are us, and he doesn't listen to, he's not going to know unless he's reading his tweets. There's no way he's ever going to be exposed to what we or will care and dismiss us as kooks.
But I think the proof is the admission to the Tommy John underwear parties, because if you think of any other, if any other person in your life who presents as a heterosexual, married, monogamous baby boomer,
yes,
if they told you that they were having weekly underwear parties with a male coworker, I don't know how you would think they were straight. I don't know how people don't. And by the time he admitted that on the show, I think he must have known that the listeners were completely gone. Anyone on staff is just an ass kisser. And so he can push it that far to see, can I admit this without people thinking I'm gay? I think that was a big test for how he could change the show and just sexualize everyone after that.
Davyd, we do this all the time. And what you just said is spot on. We do this all the time. You take anything he does and you put it into pedestrian life.
Right.
Like you said, a baby boomer pushing 70, watching watching Dawson's Creek and 90210, and that's what and hiding in his. None of that. Who do you know? Or any 70-year-old that obsessed with vanity and weight and other people's weight. Like,
and it's not a joke. It's not part of comedy. It's
you can't hide under the auspices of comedy anymore.
Right.
I think that's a brilliant analysis. And I don't know. You called Johnny Depp. He's not. He's huntersexual, which I can't stop. I really think you're right with that. I really did. I think he's more attracted to Hunter S. Thompson than Vanessa or Amber Heard.
He's turned on by an intellectual palate. Maybe more, and if it comes with the right person, then great.
A Cuisinart, as it were.
Yeah.
I just haven't let myself go to that place,
Right.
I'm scared.
Let me take you there.
I'm scared.
I'll take your temperature.
Sandra's scared.
Don't be scared, baby.
Even Sandra gets scared. Can you believe that?
I'm amazed.
Oh, really?
Like who? I mean, who?
I think we're coming up on the Depp part. Again, this is my memory. So I go back and found it, and I had no intention of showing you this. And then this is what happens. You go down these rabbit holes, and I did it today. I found some other weird clips of how do you not show this in my route to finding her crowbarring Depp into this conversation?
I mean, I don't mean.
Mine is definitely very, very secretive.
Brad Pitt?
No one knows.
Married guy?
No.
No? Because if you can keep your mouth shut, I'll sleep with you.
You know who I want to hang with is Johnny Depp. I called him to tell him. Did you see Donnie Brasco?
No.
He's good in it.
Is he?
He's so damn good in it. Well, Al's not bad
He's
either.
not doing that good at the box office.
It's not doing good at the box office?
Not as good as my movie.
Well, that's for sure, but Johnny's
Damn right.
sweet. I like Johnny.
Really?
Yeah. He's cute.
Let me squeeze your ass some more.
All right.
Turn it around. Let me squeeze this.
Okay, honey.
It's feeling tight, Robin.
I would imagine.
Well, I take good care.
Working
Don't you
out
like this
all
when I
the
run my
time.
hands along your hips?
Yeah. What do you got a hip?
Okay, I want you to pay attention to what Howard just said at the box office. And I'm going to play something with, and I want you to, if you have a visual of this, to read the video I made.
A thing with hips?
Yeah, your butt.
Look at the two girls looking at me. They're very disappointed. They're thinking she's a.
Agreed, Dorian Morgan. Sandra Bernhard stand-up and crowd work is very underrated. I completely agree. I think she's one of the most underrated female comedians ever, and I completely miss her from the show. She's always a great, honest guest, great hang. I couldn't agree more. And one of the things missing, I'll play this after this, is Sandra Bernhard and comedians like her on the show. I think she's truly one of the top 1% female comedians of all time.
Yeah.
She's our idol, our role model.
No, you're a slut.
It's just not.
She's just a slut who loves to be touched. That's all.
Love you. Thank you, honey.
Hey,
Okay, so she's leaving here, and she qualifies this, and what happened. What we just.
Thank you, honey. Hey, you know, he was getting pretty frisky with you there.
He always does. He's a sweetheart, just like my brothers.
But you were letting him go farther than you have in the past.
I'm vulnerable today.
His hands were wandering.
I'm very vulnerable. I need the human touch. And no touch better than Howard's, because I know he always has the right consciousness behind it. Thank you. Love you guys.
See you guys.
See you.
All right, bro. Take it easy.
Take care.
I always wondered this Baylor, you're a tri-state area guy, so you know the accent a little more than these. But Davyd and Sarah, what was your take on the Long Island accent and all these Stern? So there's so many people from Long Island and North Jersey on the Stern show. Does that repulse you? The Long Island, you heard I said that because Mike Ganji was interviewing him on the way out, and what's your opinion on the Long Island accent?
There are degrees to it.
Yeah.
Like yours
It's
is
funny.
less offensive. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I remember. I think Emily calls in when she's like 10 or something. Richard Simmons is on, and she has the most severe Long Island accent. It's really, really funny because it seems gone now in the Cantor video she does now.
It absolutely is. And I say this about my nephew's generation. You know, she's Texahoe. He's a millennial, and we're talking, late 20s, early 30s. And I find that generation is devoid of a Long Island accent. All his friends, none of them have it. And I listen to tapes of, like you said, how does a kid get that long? And she eradicates it years later. But I think the new generation, I don't know why. I feel like maybe the deluge of media that it tells them that Long Island accent is wrong and they avoid it, because I don't know any kids with that Long Island accent today. Well, we all had it when we were kids. We had to get rid of it. I remember when I went to Murray State in Kentucky, was the purging of my Long Island accent. I'm like, holy shit. Because it was just like, that's the complete, other way. And I'm like, and I would hear myself on tape and I'm like, oh my God, that is hideous. And I still have a hint of it, but I think I've eradicated enough of it.
Well, even Howard's going from like the tapes Ben Stern made to him being Alan Alda during college is crazy. Like,
yes,
the sign of a poser. He doesn't have a tether to his own personality. So,
Can you imagine being 70 and not knowing who you are yet?
He's such a poser. He's 70 and doesn't know who he is. That is a poser's poser, right, Balo? That's a great point. So while we're on this Sandra Bernhard kick, let's revisit, in a perfect segue, a gentleman who goes by the name of, please tell me it's here. Okay. Vanya from Florida.
Nice.
Everybody in Reading, get back to me. Vanya in Florida.
Sandra, how are you? I've admired you for years. I mean, I never, ever think you get the credit for being the female comedian pioneer that you are. You never, ever get enough credit. And it's kind of seeping into other areas. I wanted to ask you, Sandra, I had heard weeks ago, I think a friend of yours had called the Stern Show and sort of asked Howard why you haven't done his show in so long. And he really, really sort of danced around it. And I know he has this crazy hallway protocol, where he has SEAL team security, walking into the elevator and stuff. And
I should say now, so this is 2019 I did this. So she had a show that was on an hour a day on Andy Cohen's channel, and they're in the same building for the most part. And her show was at noon, I think. And Howard, one of the hallway protocol, would avoid her, and she wouldn't. He has the advance, and she tried to get. She just wouldn't let her just pop in and say hello. Wouldn't even talk to her. Not even trying to get on the show. He's that purging of everybody that's not A-list in terms of just sponsor. And
weren't they doing Kabbalah together or something at some point? Sandra and Howard.
I bring that up here, and I couldn't remember what exactly it was. You're exactly right. In like 2008 or something, he was claiming he was going through some tragedy. You never knew what it was.
Right.
And he turned to the temple. And Sandra
losing his lawsuit.
Yes. I think it was money. I think you're absolutely right. I think it absolutely was a lawsuit. That's really good.
Has
I
Radio
find that the
Gunk
show
ever?
was lacking.
I'm
Go ahead,
sorry.
Bale. I'm sorry. No, that's okay.
Has Radio Gunk ever done a show on that footage of that lawsuit where he talks about Les Moonves on his birthday and all that stuff?
We've only glossed over it and brought it up in passing. We've never fully parked on it as a full. I think that's Davyd Benjamin territory. I mean, that is really. No, I think we need to, without question. I mean, Davyd, you're listening to the SEC.
The
So
SEC
yeah, on
thing.
the unfortunately, we have a Patreon, which I put now on it for people. Stern. Depp and Stern content that would be blocked on YouTube. So I think what is the lowest tier, Sarah? It's $2 a month. $2.
I think Sarah's gone.
Is she gone?
Oh wow.
She's I don't see her.
Yeah.
She is not on the thing or whatever. Yeah,
I think
so
you're right though. Yeah.
It's something like that. And I think it's completely worth it because all the stuff that gets blocked is good.
Yeah.
And if they're taking the time to block it, it's good. So this particular one is when Chauncey Hayden, who we all know is now banned from the show, exposed Howard as had insider trading information. And it goes into the whole thing with him knowing stock options and the SEC after him. And it was an article and really going, I think I called it Marfon Stewart. So it was a Martha Stewart thing. And that's a major part of what we could do with that. I think that alone is a show.
I agree. And just the lying by omission, like my contract is out there. You can read it. And it's like, no, but you have a separate thing about getting the subscriber number bump and stuff that wasn't in there.
And I haven't listened to it in a long time, and I know you're just listening to it.
He
never actually goes into anything about his contract. I mean, he doesn't He's terrified of giving you any detail.
Well, he does the thing he always does, where it's like, I mean, this, he psychs you into thinking like, well, of course, this is normal. Of course, my contract's out there. You don't need to look any further. And hoping, nobody does, and then Radio Gunk comes along.
No, we were all in his. I'm trying to remember. I had one foot out the door at that point. I remember. So there was a lot of things that pissed me off about him. Gary's father. His real Marfon Wigamortis hand was revealed with Gary's dad, and there was some stuff. And I remember that was around. Artie had like 1 year left on the show, and I remember being very circumspect about what Howard was. And I do remember thinking a lot of that was bullshit. And I remember, and Chauncey just sort of vanished, and he had the whole thing with Neil Cavuto and stuff. But it's a phenomenal, and he's backed into a corner, and he sounds, and you hit that voice where he's panicked and stuff. And it's like I said, if it's good, if it's banned immediately from YouTube, if it's blocked summarily, and like as you upload it, it's good. They're specifically going for audio to with the algorithm.
Yeah, and Howard is the king of misdirect, magician that he is, and so during the he's battling with tapes with the Neil Cavuto thing and just saying, oh, Chauncey's a Howard Stern expert. What? Because he was on my show, and it's like, well, that has nothing to do with anything.
That's what Cavuto said to him. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Dorian Morgan writes, Stern knows Beth is stripper dumb. You know what? Also, Dorian, that's really good. I'd also call Beth, and I hate to use this like TikTok nomenclature, and that I'm kind of too long in the tooth to be using this, possibly. Or Beth is what the kids call now a basic bitch.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like there's nothing deep. There's no surprises. She's exactly what all the typical, even the dog stuff is very, very cookie cutter.
Yeah, she's 20 shiksas thrown into a Cuisinart. That's what came out.
That's Balo's new favorite band, 20 shiksas in a Cuisinart. And even I have a clip, and I don't know if we'll get to it tonight. And this is how long this series of shows could go. And the whole clip is from it's Artie's last week on the show. So it's December of 2009, and Howard talks about watching the movie Public Enemies with Beth. And Howard likes the movie, and Robin's kind of on it. And Beth walked out of the movie because it's too edgy for her.
Oh God.
And we hear a lot of that Beth can't handle any movies with like a bit of an edge. It's got to be a rom-com or,
the Tiger King thing is my favorite moment with her.
Yes.
That she breaks down at the mention of Tiger King.
Yes.
During
yes.
COVID.
And that's kind of the history, Beth Strionic
Right.
personality disorder that you would break. Does anybody buy that? Does anybody buy that she's remotely affected by that? And I think she walks out of movies like, oh my God, I'm too pure for this. Like anything, even if it's not violence, it's just anything with an edge, she can't seemingly handle it. And I think so it just made me think that's what the kids call a basic bitch.
Yeah.
Even a movie like Public Enemies is too hardcore for her. And I don't even think it's real though. I think everything is Beth Strionic. I think every move she makes.
The show is lacking security, walking into the elevator and stuff. And I find that the show is lacking hallway protocol, where it's like, SEAL team, security, walking into the elevator and stuff. And I find that the show is lacking sort of your swagger and that sort of comedic, how do I put this?
Je ne sais quoi.
I'm sorry?
Je ne sais quoi. Is that the word? Is that what you're looking for?
You know what? I leave it to you to sort of upstage anything I was going to say. Jenna said, I haven't heard that. Last time Dennis Miller was funny, he used that word. But
how
that's exactly
funny.
right. I'm sorry?
I said that's funny and surprising.
And I'd heard things about his mysteriousness that he sort of, when he walks to this sort of freight elevator, he has these sort of hair, plugs and sort of extensions put on. You need like, Tom Hanks's telescope to see his scalp these days. Why has he not reached out to you? Why is it, didn't you have a thing where he reached out to you to go to temple or something because he was pretending to be spiritual for 15 minutes? And
no.
So here it is, Davyd. So I couldn't quite frame it, but I remember. So it was like 10 years after that you're talking about when she's bringing it up now. And I remember when I did this, I'm like, let me just play on the fact that she can't get on the show.
Right.
She's down the hall. Let's bring up the freight elevator. Let's bring up what's going on there. And I knew it would work. I knew she would, she wouldn't bite on it entirely, but I knew it was just something that all this thing is like that perfect storm, of a former guest. And she's in the building.
Right. I love how you throw like 5 non-related gossip items at her before you get to the thing about them studying together.
just hoping it would take hold.
I love it. It's the
Oh,
best.
thank you, sir.
I was staying with him, and he wanted to go with me to Shabbat, and we went.
So she says she's staying with him in the Hamptons. So this is a time when he'd have, C-listers stay with him.
Is she saying staying or studying?
What did it sound like to you, Balo? Did it sound stay? I thought it was stay.
No. I was staying with him, and he.
That's staying.
That's staying. You're right.
Like
you're right.
Lisa Loeb stay.
Yeah.
He wanted to go with me to Shabbat, and we went. We had a lovely time, and I don't know. I have no idea why I haven't been back on the show. I thought that was
going to trigger, and I thought that was going to trigger you being. Forget the days where you would sit in for like entire show, and that's just what the show. What if you listen to the show now? He's literally dilly-dallying, and it's this it's his perpetual sort of sexually harasses his male staff, and it's like a bathhouse in there. And what the show needs is, like you said, you're Sandra Jacquois, and Sandra. What? There's this other thing. What?
I'm losing character here. I'm getting so frantic. I'm like, I gotta get this out now. I can't hold the depth cadence.
So
it's
great.
just too slow. Says Sunflower Dragon goes, Arm asking about the Long Island accent with his Long Island accent.
Was his wife Beth? She was kind of one of those people, sort of, as it were, on the scene, where you would sort of troll the.
Okay, so for all that don't know, and I know Davyd knows this, and Baylor, I think you know this too. The famous clip of Sandra Bernhard saying that she knew Beth as just a hotel whore, a bon vivant. What do they call this? There's a term for this. They're just trolling for rich guys, and I know there's an actual term for this. And they would hit the big spots like the Soho Grand Hotel and where celebrities are bound to come up and
like not call girls, but
not a call. It's
escorts.
Yeah, I mean, it's a gold digger euphemism where they go to the famous spots and they hope to land a Billy Joel or a
Right.
Howard, and they kind of know that you're not getting in there unless you're a complete fucking high roller in the New York scene. So they're in the know, and she would go to these hotels like the Tribeca Hotel and the Soho Grand Hotel and all these places, and they would just wait.
Text the host saying "Party Girl."
Party Girl's good. I mean, that's very. I mean, that's keep it simple. That's all we should say.
Yeah.
Party Girl, New York, Manhattan Party Girl.
The Soho Grand hotels and these places, and sort of look for rich guy in the vein of Katie Lee Joel. What was his wife's history say? Sort of pre.
I didn't know Beth before. I'd never met Beth.
Liar.
She's only been.
She's back. She's backpedaling here. But
totally.
But then she admits that she does know her. It's a weird way she framed
Beth before. I'd never met Beth. She's only been very sweet. She's a sweet person, and people, I think people just feel comfortable with, whatever makes them, kind of click. We don't know. Who knows what that is? And anyway, it's all cool. I'm cool with Howard, and you know what?
Sandra can't filibuster or obfuscate her way out of this.
But the great thing is I have my own platform now, and I get to do what I want to do on my terms, and that's what we love to do. And I'm so glad that you called me, and thank you for your support and your adoration, my darling Vanya. And we'll talk again. Big kiss.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, honey. Tracy from...
she goes into an epileptic bumper sticker seizure.
I feel it sucks. I mean, she was such a good, she was such a staple, great guest of the show, and truly one of the best female comedians of all time, in my opinion, in my humble opinion.
She has one of my favorite quotes, which I always thought applied to Howard. I think she said this on Letterman once. Like, she was parodying the song "New York, New York," where it's like, if you can make it there, you'll never make it anywhere else. And I think there's nothing more true of someone like Howard.
Sue Monster writes, the duck can hit 70, quite the dick. When you hit 70, that can be removed. Katie Aldana writes, I used to have a Queens accent over the years, and I lost it, but it slips out every now and again. Yep, I think that's my deal too, Katie. It's every now and again. I just try to speed through something, and the accent comes out. We like to we don't like to pronounce R's. We're very lazy with our R's. It's a speed bump, and we don't. Beth? Pittsburgh people, right? They don't say L's. Woof. It's woof. Wolfman.
Yes.
Sarah is in a bubble bath, relaxing with wine, storing lines off a labradorite crystal, says Gina Bovina. I don't know if I know what a labradorite crystal is, Gina.
I have no idea.
Is that a Montreal kind of Kryptonian chip you found in the woods?
I love I do know Maud. I've seen every episode. I love the video of Beth from her high school, and she says like building, like it's not
yes.
Yeah.
I think Sarah found that, in fact, and put
insane.
together a compilation where it leads. She has a video on her YouTube channel, very underrated YouTube channel. She did when she first started making videos. It was her first attempt at doing it, and there's a Beth compilation where that leads the way. How about this? Okay, we got. So I was teasing before. So this is our Davyd at work. This is Davyd. Do you know who Shirley Walker is?
Yes, I do.
Oh my God.
I mean, wonderful composer, but she orchestrated for Danny Elfman. So she, it's unclear how much of the music Elfman did himself. Just when he's working with an orchestra, he might have needed some help. So she was one of the people, along with Steve Bartek, who was in Oingo Boingo with him. Oh my God! They sort of got everything together for the orchestra. But are you going to show my thing?
I knew Shirley Walker from the
Batman
DC.
animated series?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly right.
Yeah.
She did the Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, so that's why I knew that name. And I remember, and it was like very, very acclaimed, even if you're not
Super
a fan
talented. Yeah.
of those shows. And so this is Davyd, who's the next Shirley Walker.
Can I set this up a bit?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to write music for movies, and I'm trying to specifically focus on doing animated movies because they have music that I feel like I can write the best. I'm probably not setting myself up for trying to do like Marvel movies because it's kind of a different thing. I mean, if it came my way, great.
Did you ever listen to like a Batman the Animated Series or Justice League or Superman and just go, I can do that? Because that's exactly what they want. It's not like, why should there be one person who does every score? I used to feel like that with Elfman. Like, it's like, why is there one guy? Him, Hans Zimmer, and fucking John
Williams. Yeah, it's a very competitive thing. It's kind of, you succeed like, it's like being president of the United States. You're a kid at age 40, so it takes a while to get a career going. But but
they don't take you seriously unless you're a certain age. Is that where you're kind of?
Kind of. I mean, I think you need to go through a lot. You really need to put in your 10,000 hours, or you get lucky. And there's a lot of people who there are people like Trent Reznor who, even though he started doing it when he was older, who don't come from a scoring background, but they are maybe DJs or producers, and they get hired for a movie. It's very different than it was in the 90s, which is unfortunate because it was there were some amazing scores in the 80s and 90s after Star Wars. And then I think Gladiator kind of started putting it toward this, trailer music, like big drums, kind of,
Yeah, I mean,
these don't have themes anymore,
You could be the top 1 percentile and you won't work. I mean, because they just hire the same people over and over again. They're afraid
being in the club, and if you ain't in it, you ain't getting in.
Right. Yep. So this is from. I'm trying to hawk my wares. I made with an animator friend. I made a little cartoon about my 10-year-old self being a fan of movie music, and I scored it just to show off. It's like a proof of work thing.
Yeah.
But I did it at an event with a live orchestra, and we played it with the film. So I think that's what you're showing.
And that's the premise. And when you guys hear this, and I listened to it, twice, it is every bit as good as any animated score you've heard in any animated movie or any animated series. It fits exactly. You could just visualize it in any animated. It is perfecto as far as what you know of in that landscape. Here we go.
Percussion instruments when we play pirates. I hear woodwind instruments when we jump out of the swings pretending to fly. And I hear string instruments when the sun sets and the stars come out. I just joined the orchestra at school. I'm learning to play the cello. In the first month, I learned how to play Happy Birthday. Now we're learning to play harder music. I love telling a musical story with a group. Sometimes I have the melody, and then eventually get to share it with someone else and start a different job, like a rhythm part or a harmony line. I always feel special in the orchestra because I know all the music magic tricks to make people laugh, cry, or cheer, and I get to make that magic with my friends. Someday I'll move to Hollywood and write music for cartoons. I hope the kids that listen to it also hear the magic.
Jesus. Thank you.
WNBC golf.
Thank you for tolerating my Teletubby
who,
script.
No, my God, who did? It sounds like a young Jackson Delabate doing the voiceover for that. Who'd you get to do the voiceover?
One of my cello students. I used to
Okay.
teach. That's why my name is Davyd the violinist, by the way, because it was the only string player I could think. Although I know Jason's wife plays the cello too.
Oh, that's right. Good. That's a good reference by you. I completely forgot about that. Belo, am I crazy? Am I being biased, or could that just not be in any soundtrack in any animated?
It reminded me so much of Goonies music.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm going for. If I can just work for Amblin for the rest of my career or Pixar or anything, that would be great. So thank you for showing. It's
okay.
I hope it wasn't a waste of time. Oh, thank you, Scott.
Okay, so I'm going to, because I brought it up, I'm gonna play it. So this is basic bitch Beth walking out on Public Enemies. Well, Howard's watching it. They're watching it at home. So some I don't know if he got a screener of it and I think we go into the screener shit with them and Howard. So this is this is Artie's last week on the show. And this is December of 2009.
Like your game isn't nonsense.
I'm not talking about it to anyone but Scott. My wife the other night wanted to watch a show together, like the Polar Express. And I'm sitting there the whole time going, God, Call of Duty.
Call of Duty is going on right now. There are guys right now in Call of Duty right now. Hey, I saw a cool movie, though, but again, I couldn't wait to watch this movie. Beth walked out. Public Enemy with Johnny Depp.
It's okay. I didn't.
Have either of you two seen Public Enemies?
I have.
I did when it came out.
What'd you think of it?
I agree with Robin. I think it was okay.
I give it 8. I give it 8 skull rings on the A. Smith scale.
I just want to say real quick because it just hit me as you played this clip. It was the Goonies mixed with Jurassic Park. That's the music.
Okay.
Perfect.
I think Davyd could do the soundtrack for Public Enemies. What do you think about that?
I was at the scoring session for it.
Oh, that's right. You had that fucking Michael Mann story for me.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a favorite Michael Mann story?
They recorded it. I remember it was the day before Halloween because the next day they were going to dress up or whatever. But it was recorded at the Sony scoring stage, which is the former MGM recorded Wizard of Oz and Ben-Hur. And they did it at night, which is unusual. It was very late at night. And I knew.
Well, how late was it, Davyd? What were we talking?
Oh, it was probably like 7 p.m. to 10:30, which is unusual. It's unusual, but I was just auditing. So I was 19 at the time, and I knew someone who was involved with it. But yeah, Michael Mann, the director, it was very tense atmosphere. I think he's kind of
he's prickly. I've heard he's nothing but crotchety, prickly guy. I've heard he's not very warm.
Yeah.
In fact, he's one of the only directors I know. I think I told you this. I don't know if I wrote it or I might have. I think I answered. I think you wrote something. You generously wrote an anecdote about it. That he's one of the few directors that Depp just has no relationship with. He'd never recanted. Now, Michael Mann did. Heat, and he did Miami Vice, and he's got a pretty eclectic thing behind him, but he does. And I've heard nothing but what you're saying is that he's very, very what's the word I'm looking for? Misery. He's very crotchety. He's very cold. He's not a warm guy. You don't get that warmth you get, and he's not. So you can't. And he's very expressionless and sort of.
People were very tense. Yeah.
Yep. Stoic. Think the stoic guy who gives you no emotion when you want to bounce something off him, and he makes people nervous, all the time because you can't read him. And that's the tone in the whole premiere. It was a scoring session, or was it a?
Yeah, so they have the whole orchestra on the soundstage, and they're recording the music. Elliot Goldenthal was the composer. He did some of the Joel Schumacher Batman movies.
Who am I, Elliot Goldenthal over here? I didn't realize that. I didn't.
Yeah.
Because does Elliot Goldenthal, was he do you believe he was instructed to mimic Danny Elfman in a way, like just be, just do Danny Elfman because
Oh, good question.
Passed the torch to.
I don't really know his Batman scores, so I don't know what he did in them, but it's possible. Movies before they're given to a composer, they put temporary music on it, so they'll pull music from existing movies to give the composer like, this is the vibe that we want. So directors can fall in love with the music from another movie, and they just want you, the composer, to sort of mimic it as much as possible. So I'm sure that's what happened, because the Burton Elfman thing was so, I'm sure Warner Brothers thought that was part of the success of any, future.
If
Batman
I'm not
movie.
mistaken, Batman Forever did really well, just money wise. Not that it was like a masterpiece, and then obviously Batman and Robin was the whole Clooney. And it's not Clooney's. Clooney gets blamed for that. It's not Clooney. It's Joel Schumacher's vision. And I remember, I think I told Sarah. Sarah's with us, so this is perfect for Sarah. Sarah's back. I remember when I was super in the magazine era, and we would talk about how we loved magazines in the 90s. And my routine was I'd go to Borders Books once a week and read a stack of magazines. It was Balo and I that would talk, because he's talking about Game Pro magazine and stuff.
Yeah.
And one of the magazines I read was Premiere and Movie Line and stuff. And I think it was Movie Line. There was an article on Joel Schumacher, and I don't know why. He goes, this stupid quote just stuck with me forever. He goes, I don't even remember the 70s. All I remember is I spent the entire summer at Cherry Grove in the same Speedo. I had no gaydar. I didn't even know he was gay. Until I read the quote. It's just perfect for Sarah. Sarah, welcome back.
There are too many codes in life and too many pop-ups on a laptop. That's all. I'm
Okay,
say.
so you rebooted. Did it reboot? Did it self update and then force you to reboot, or
No,
one
I
of
got
those
kicked
deals?
out
Okay.
and could not connect again, so I had to reboot. And then there come the codes. Anyway, moving on. I imagine you at Borders bookstore putting those magazines back on the shelf, those pages stuck together, and
Pages stuck together. Okay.
in the Johnny Depp article, Johnny Depp section of that magazine, the pages were stuck together.
Well, that was the mission, Sarah. The mission was to look for Depp. The mission was to look for Depp articles and information and mentions. That was exactly what most of it was for, and you'd stumble onto stuff like that. Okay, so you know what we're doing here, Sarah? We're playing Basic Bitch. I told you. So Sunflower Dragon, our arm articulating the term Basic Bitch back to me, made me laugh out loud. So we're talking about how Beth is actually a basic bitch, which is a word. I don't know if you know this term. The kids use it now. It's like a TikTok word about chicks that are very, for lack of a better word, basic. They do all the typical things. They throw you no curveballs. They have no avant-garde dark side to them. They do all the typical things that to not rock the boat. In the case of Beth, is like the dog stuff. It's very, don't offend anyone. Don't, you can predict everything they're going to do. In her case, there's a bestionic tone to it. So this is a clip from 2009. This is Artie Lange's last week on the show. Howard relays watching the movie Public Enemies, and of course, Beth can't handle the tones of Public Enemies, and she walks out on.
Like the Polar Express, and I'm sitting there the whole time going, God, Call of Duty.
Scott,
Call of Duty is going on right now. There are guys right now on Call of Duty right now. Hey, I saw a cool movie though, but like again, I couldn't wait to watch this movie. Beth walked out. Public Enemy with Johnny Depp.
It's okay. I didn't think it was great.
It wasn't great, but it was fun.
You waited till you got, you saw it at home.
Yeah.
You get up and go to a movie to go see. That was kind of disappointing.
Yeah, right. Disappointing, but I like the DVD.
Yeah.
And there's people being killed every 5 minutes. I fucking love it. She goes, this isn't my thing. I'm leaving. And I said, well, what do you mean? Like, I'll watch, Coco Before Chanel with you. I'll watch a girl movie and be all right.
I don't know. Are you watching Coco Before Chanel?
There you go. There you go, Davyd. I'm sorry, Sarah. Say again.
While he's dressed in Chanel, he will watch Chanel.
I really think he's positioned herself as her gay bestie, and that's exactly what goes on at Castle Gay Skull, Sarah. I think that's exactly what happens. Went right into it. This is just so. But that, by the way, Sarah, I don't know if you were on, like, Davyd. Remember Davyd told us he actually went at 10 years old, went to the Public Enemy's scoring with Michael Mann, and he had a Michael Mann story. What a cold, calculated, kind of crotchety a-hole he is.
I thought he was in Dillinger's gang back in the day. I wish I was. Anyway, no, but no.
Quite a cast in that movie.
Is my microphone
quite a
popping, by the way?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, I'm gonna head out. You guys are doing great. So
Sarah, why don't you can you try another port?
I already tried that. There's just too much going on with this episode. So have fun, everybody. It's great.
Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah.
I will talk to you. Look, Sarah, you still with? No, she's out.
I'll tell you one thing real quick. Public Enemies was the last movie I saw in the theater. I don't remember a damn thing about it except that I was pretty excited to go see it just because I knew that Depp was in good movies all the time, and I just remember being let down when I left the theater. And I
what were you let down by?
That it didn't leave any mark. I literally don't remember a thing.
I might blame Michael Mann on that. I'm certainly not going to blame Depp. He's no accountability. Michael Mann has a way of being bland and having kind of not showing a ton of depth and characterization and leaving you empty like that. He has a way of doing that. I felt that with a lot of things in him, and he can be massively overrated. I thought just Depp's acting in that, I think it shows tremendous range at the same guy. Just his performance. He could play John Dillinger is also Willy Wonka. It's hard. It's really hard to imagine that kind of insane range.
I refuse to watch that Charlie and the Chocolate Factory because
it's so creepy.
Because it just looked weird and off, and I mean, it's not going to get better than Gene Wilder, so I didn't bother.
No, most people agree with you, Belo, that the Gene Wilder thing is so sacrosanct.
Yeah.
That now you know what it means, right? Is that no one wanted to even consider any kind. But apparently, the film that Depp did, Charlie, is closer to the book, the Ronald Dahl book. From what I didn't read it, but that's what they say. And he took a different. And I have to give Depp credit that he knew what they were getting themselves, and he can't say no to Tim Burton. And he did it. Basically, it's Michael Jackson. He's playing Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
And we all can kind of tell.
Can I tell you one more story?
Yes.
Sorry, Mike Walker. Real briefly.
No, by the way, I have a Mike Walker game for us to play towards the end of this.
So around the same age that I went to the Public Enemy's scoring session, and this was before I had sort of discovered the Howard Stern show and kind of, listened to the entirety of it in 6 years. I went to the scoring session for Alvin and the Chipmunks, The Squeakquel, directed by Betty Thomas. And I was in the same room as Betty Thomas. But I didn't know...
What year is this, Davyd?
This is like 2008 or 9.
Okay, so it's 11 years after.
But I just love... That's how Private Parts left her doing The Squeakquel.
She has a very interesting career if you look at her filmography.
Yeah.
Very eclectic people. Did you know Eddie Murphy was at the Private Parts premiere?
No, I didn't.
He snuck in and out, and I was going through, before we came on, I was looking for Donnie Brasco mentions, and I was going through. It's fascinating. I would love to send you some 97 shows from that time of him. It's such a weird, it's such a different show. And he has, I think it was Betty Thomas on the phone, and he's talking about how, no, it might have been Ivan. Might have been Reitman, that Eddie Murphy snuck in and out of the premiere and didn't talk to anybody. He just kind of came in with his wife. He claimed he loved the movie and he couldn't call him out on the phoniness of Roosevelt because Eddie Murphy's 7 years younger than Howard. So he didn't realize that he was completely lying about his high school.
Oh my God.
So this is, again, let's get back to Beth.
What do you mean? I'll watch, Coco Before Chanel with you. I'll watch a girl movie and be all right.
I don't know. Are you watching Coco Before Chanel?
I haven't seen that. That's on my list. I don't even think Beth wants to see that. But I saw some other good movie with Alec Baldwin, Meryl Streep, and
You saw that
Steve
already?
Martin. Well, because I'm a voter in the Screen Actors Guild.
Because I'm dying to see that. The previews look really.
You want to know what's wrong with Hollywood? Howard's a voter in the Screen Actors Guild, as is Robin, as she reveals here. There's a lot going on in these clips. He's back. Again, this is 12 years ago.
This is kind of when Robin and Howard were, I mean, I don't hear it in this clip, but they were kind of baiting each other because Robin was all swept up with the 15 Foundation stuff. I feel like they were kind of fighting during this time.
Yeah, there was some stuff. The Emily Stern thing
Yeah.
is around here too. But Robin has a problem with Emily. I don't know if they were trying to plan his birthday or there's. I think the kids. I think Robin yelled at the kids for, especially Emily, for holding, for not getting over the divorce.
Right.
I think is what happened. I think they had to go and, get over it. They've been divorced for 10 years now. I don't want to hear, and so, and they love their mom and they wouldn't, I truly believe that was it.
Just
And
because Robin doesn't love her parents, she's
exactly
going to
right
that on everyone else.
It was convenient for Robin to
right.
to have, for them to all get along. Man's Collateral, says Melvin. Tom Cruise isn't Jamie Foxx in that? That's an actor I want to see Depp work with. Jamie Foxx.
Yeah.
I didn't see Collateral. Did you see Collateral, Bela?
No.
I didn't either.
Gina Bobina is co-hosting a show next week about blockchain gaming. If anyone, I am interested, Gina. All the great commentary you do in the chat, we owe you at least that much. At least that much. I don't know. I got a black chain between my motherfucking legs. I don't know what if it's gaming, I can give it a whirl. Do you know what that is, Belo? Blockchain gaming? Is it Xbox?
I have no idea.
Well, we'll see what it is. If Bobina's involved in it, it's got to be good.
The Screen Actors Guild.
Because I'm dying to see that. The previews look really good.
All right, I'll give you a copy that I have. But it says I'm not allowed to share it with anybody. But
You're not sharing it.
I'm not going to share it with you. Forget it.
No, just give it to me.
I don't want to go to
I will
jail.
say you're not sharing it. I'll never give you up.
Says I'm supposed to shred it.
I'll never give you up, I swear.
All right.
I'll
We'll
go
see.
to the death.
I'll contact the Screen Actors Guild, ask if it's okay.
You see that? They're sharing the movie, right? So now you know how the Super 8 thing came up.
Right.
So that's how he gets. He's kind of admitting that he's just dishing these movies out to Ralph and to Robin and stuff, and that's how that H. Stern Super 8 thing came out. There's a lot going on in this little clip.
I'm a member.
You are a member?
Yes.
Well, then it's okay. But that's a really good movie.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's kind of a chick flick.
It's Steve Martin, Alec Baldwin, and Meryl Streep,
Yeah,
right?
I like it. That's a chick flick, but I sat and watched it.
Well, you're not watching that Queen Victoria movie, though. That's a chick flick.
No, I don't watch that. I might have to get into that video.
Well, what's wrong with Robin has a Screen Actors Guild vote. Robin is in the Screen Actors Guild voting committee. John Hine and Gary are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame voting committee.
Robin's Fresh Prince appearance warranted a Screen Actors Guild membership.
I forgot about that.
You said that as if John Hine isn't the most charismatic person in the planet.
I think Rush belongs in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Let's go with the next thing I want to do. It doesn't have to be in any particular order. Maybe that's pretty massive when I call into sort of Depp related. I think we're gonna save that for next time. The when he's on, maybe we should do some of it now. We're at 2.5 hours right now, and I'm trying to be efficient. What do you say we show Artie on the Jimmy Palumbo show? This is like from last year. This is his buddy. He's in Beer League, talking about how he felt, and this is just one version of it. How his riffing with Depp got him the job on Howard, or at least was a major reason why. So this is from last year, and I told you I would play this, and I found it again and kind of made it into a video. So here we go. This is Artie on the Jimmy Palumbo show from about a year ago. Artie's very gravelly, and I don't know, Belo, if you want to analyze his voice here. Drug wise, I don't think I'm qualified to, as far as this landscape better than I do. So here we go.
Okey-doke.
At least some people feel that way. But so you had no idea. Did you know? You must have known that Howard was digging what you were doing, though, right off the bat.
Yeah, definitely. Because you see him laughing. You know, there's only one way to prove it. And that's to see him laugh.
Now, just of that, Balo, I mean, this is stereotypical Artie in that gravelly fucking heroin, God knows, subtext voice that everybody makes fun of. This is every Artie impression when you go into that mode. What's your take on how that sounds?
Yeah, he sounds fucked up.
Jeez.
So this is a good friend of his, and he only comes out of hiding for his really good friends. And Palumbo's one of those old fucking Union, New Jersey confidants he has. Katie Aldana asks you guys, what's your favorite Depp movie?
Probably Edward Scissorhands, honestly, because I know maybe that's a cliche answer, but
No.
I try to appreciate it before there's all the imitators of that. I mean, it started a style of doing a movie that Tim Burton did himself, you know, but for what it was at the time, I think it's a really, really good movie.
No doubt about it. And again, that was, I think you heard me last week. That was the people that relationship solidified, you know, how with Burton, his agent, Tracy Jacobs, went to art school with Burton.
Right.
And that's how he got the meeting. Burton did not want to meet with Depp. I mean, there was the people involved in that. He wanted Hanks. They wanted Michael Jackson. They wanted Tom Cruise. They wanted Gary Oldman. Jim Carrey was up for it. Robert Downey Jr. I think I said Cruise, right? And so they all fell out for whatever reason. Some turned it down. Some Depp just got over him. But it worked out. And she crowbarred Depp. Tracy Jacobs got to Depp because she represented Jennifer Grey, his girlfriend, before that. So Tracy Jacobs was enamored with Depp through Jennifer Grey. And eventually she was more interested in Depp's future than Jennifer Grey's future. And we read that. I don't know if you guys listened to that show. We read the
I remember
excerpts from Jennifer Grey's book, and is a phenomenal little Hollywood. She segues from Broderick to Depp, and so yeah, the Burton thing is all from Tracy Jacobs. He went to fucking art school, and that's the Scissorhands connection. But a lot of people agree with you, Davyd. That's a lot of people's shows. Mine would be you know, I go back and forth between. I'm going to say Donnie Brasco. That's the one that I feel like I can watch over and over and over again. It's an easy answer for me. I might have to do, but I'm going to say Donnie Brasco.
For me, it's either Blow or Sleepy Hollow. I really can't choose because they're so good for different reasons.
Yeah, good choices. All good choices. My only problem with Sleepy Hollow is I feel like it could have been longer. I feel like they could have slapped on another half hour, and I felt like it was rushed.
I sometimes wish Tim Burton did suspense better, because I think I do love Sleepy Hollow too, but I feel like it's so racked in style. But I wish I sort of had that kind of, you know, suspenseful thing to it more than it does.
No, he gets accused of that a lot. He gets accused of not having enough story and not having enough suspense and not having enough characterization.
Yeah, but even in just like a Hitchcock way where there's just like you're waiting for something to happen that, you know, I wish there was more of that in Sleepy Hollow.
No, Burton, I've heard that knock on Burton. You're not the only one.
But I do love that movie.
I love it. I love it for what it is. I just wish and when I say something should be longer, it's a compliment.
Oh yeah.
Because you don't want it to end. I just felt like it desperately needs a director's cut. I think it needs another half hour slapped onto it.
3 months to get the job, and I was doing the show on and off. I figured it out. I had done the show 33 times before they made me an offer to do it full time.
Wow. I love how you still know exactly how many shows you did before.
Yeah, that was I purposely figured that out in my head because I wanted to know All right. Is there anything else I could that could be thrown at me that I don't know how to handle? And within that time, like Paul McCartney.
So Artie says in the gravel, it was 33 shows
Illuminati confirmed.
he had done up until that point to get to where he was virtually hired.
Right.
So if you harken back to the rotating Jackie chair period, I don't know if a lot of people know this. Adam Carolla was offered the job first, and he had too much going on, and I don't know why he would even he had the Man Show and Love Lines and Crank Yankers and all that stuff. So it made no sense for a guy like Carolla to take it. I think Kimmel was already locked into all this stuff, so I think Howard knew Kimmel wasn't going to do it. And then Artie was the next choice, and Howard will not admit to him being a second choice of somebody turning him down. So you're not going to get Howard's version of it is like, I don't know. Did we want Adam first? I don't. I don't know. I know Adam was up for it. He knows exactly what happened.
Right. You know what's funny? When Howard turned on Stuttering John, it was because John was on Adam's podcast talking about how he wasn't paid enough and all this stuff. And I remember Howard saying to like Fred, like, you know, what's with Adam? Why he sounds like he's against me too? And it's like, well, because of this reason. You offered him shit money, and you know.
Did you know the story about him in the afternoon show?
I think so. Is that the one you're referring to? Like he was offered Artie's spot, or are you talking when Howard left?
Well, no. So this is like later. So this is when now Artie's gone by then, and they had this shuffle. They'd something problem with Bubba. There was some contract expiration with Bubba, and they wanted to put Adam Carolla in Bubba's. Initially at Sirius, Bubba had an afternoon show that went from I think it was 3 to 7. Yeah, 3 to 7, and then they did a special show, like a super fan roundtable kind of thing, from 7 to 8 or whatever. Chuck Zito or not Greg Fitzsimmons, but like they would have rotating things back then, and it was innovative. And they gave shows like Lisa Lampanelli and shit, and it was. And then Pharrell did a sports show from 8 to 12 after that, and that was the rotation. That's getting your money's worth, okay? That's live programming, and that's cool. You know, that's how it always should be. There's no reason to ever go. And then Howard eventually killed those things when Marcy came along. He ingested the money. But that afternoon show was then offered to Adam. I actually tried to ask Sabian this, and he wouldn't give me a straight answer.
Yeah.
Adam Carolla was offered the Bubba show, which made a lot of sense. Let's give Adam Carolla 3 to 7. He was going to roll into, and because the one you're talking about, Davyd, Adam had a terrestrial show. Okay. That was on. He replaced Howard in the Pacific time zone markets.
Got it.
Actually, I think it was Vegas, LA, Portland, Seattle, Phoenix. It's that whole, mountain Pacific.
Right.
And he was Howard, and then David Lee Roth in the East, which then became Opie and Anthony, and this guy Rover in the Midwest had taken Howard's markets. Carolla's show, the FM, free FM got whacked. Then Adam was loose. He hadn't started his podcast, or maybe he had just started his podcast, and then they made an offer to him, and the offer was just laughably bad.
Right.
Like just ridiculous, just like not even
insulting.
Even if it was what Bubba got, from what Brent told Monique, I think Bubba got $300,000. Bubba got $300,000 for the whole show, meaning Brent and Manson and all those guys. And I think that's exactly what they probably threw at Adam. He's like, "You got to be kidding me! This can't be, And then and he said no to him. They didn't want it getting out that how cheap Howard was, and they just kind of squashed it. Adam tells the story once in a while, vaguely here and there, but he definitely told the story then, and I can't find the audio where it was, but there was a story written about it. I think it was either Radar or one of the publications picked it up. Adam Carolla signs with Sirius to do an afternoon show on Howard's channels, and then they nixed it the next week because Howard was too cheap. Because the money, he got a hold of the money, and how dare you say no to me, kind of thing.
So of course Adam asks John. I think the quote from the podcast was like, did you ever think that Stern would kick down some money to you? Like he said it in his, his kind of snotty voice, and Howard got really perturbed by that. And I never knew why Adam was so.
I'm trying to remember the timeline as you say that. If if because I also think what you're saying is right in a couple of ways. Because I think Adam might have gotten a money offer in the Artie chair, and it was so laughably bad that that's what he's referring to, not the next offer.
Because I remember Artie was gone by the time Howard completely wrote off John. I think he was there a little bit when Howard started to turn on John, but then I think he left right after. And listening to the Adam Carolla interview was after Artie left. So maybe that was
so Artie was gone. I know exactly the Adam Carolla thing was on my channel for a long time, but I cannot remember the timeline anymore of where that matches up to Artie's departure from the show in the winter of 2009.
He was definitely gone in that when they're listening to the Adam interview.
Okay. So if he's gone, yeah, it's a money. Exactly right. The way Adam framed that to John, and that's what pissed Howard off so much. He's speaking from experience. I know he's like, I know you have the money and you're not giving it to me.
Yeah.
Sarah writes, I surrender for the beg of mercy from the Wi-Fi gods. Have fun while I weep and plead for an easy death from Xfinity. You should write Xfinity. They should not get away with that, Sarah. The popping could be a million different things, though. It could be. I've always heard that it's StreamYard when they complain about that. I've heard other huge podcasts complaining about popping from StreamYard.
He came in as a guest, Ozzy Osbourne.
You're like, what did you do? Like, what?
So he's talking about this week. He's getting into it. Ozzy Osbourne and Paul McCartney were on in the same week, and he's getting to Depp, who's also on in the same week.
When McCartney came on, did you just instinctively know to shut up until Howard?
Yes.
In the beginning, anyway. In the beginning.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I didn't speak while McCartney and Howard were talking. I figured, I do want to hear these two legends talk. I'm going to shut up. I didn't say anything except when Paul McCartney acknowledged me. He acknowledged me once. He goes, "You want to get a beer, mate?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Little did he realize who he was asking to go out for a drink with.
Yeah, well, he was kidding around, but I don't think he really wanted to get a beer with me. But Howard acknowledged me, so then McCartney acknowledged me. I said, "Yeah, sure, whatever you want to do." And that was it. But you got to know they don't want to hear what you have to say when most of the guys talk.
I should say this, speaking of Casey Armstrong, and that's how it came up with Belo when he took notice of you. We're going to do this summer, hopefully. I hope we do too, and I hope we have him on. We're going to do a rotating Jackie Chair show of all the people that sat in during that time. From Adam and Artie, obviously. Joe Rogan, who was in the rotation back then, Dave Chappelle, Richard Jenny, Jeff Cesario, Craig Gass, right? That was even guys like Chauncey and AJ Benzer. They had Gossip.com, Richard Johnson, Vinny Favale. It was a crazy Jim Florentine. There's a crazy list, and we're gonna go over the names. That guy, Ron Zimmerman, who we would talk about, that morose writing comedian. So that's going to be fun. It's going to be to hear Casey's take on the bookings and what he was right. He wrote us a phenomenal screed about how Howard had started to hate the older comedians at that point. So he no longer wanted like Richard Belzer and Brenner and Richard Lewis to sit in. Like he kind of turned those guys down. That he was like they aged out of the show in a way, which I had not heard about. I'd not heard that at all. I was great dirt. That's what Howard was telling him behind the scenes.
But not Gilbert. Gilbert continued. So.
Gilbert's Howard's age. Gilbert's a little younger than those guys.
Oh, okay.
Gilbert's probably. I know you worked with David Brenner in the Catskills, Davyd.
Yes.
But David Brenner actually lied about it. David Brenner was known for lying about his age. So they somehow found out he had shaved 12 years off his age, like 2 years before his death. So Gilbert's about 10 years younger than David Brenner.
Okay.
And so that I guess Gilbert was still known as hip. Gilbert had just done the Hugh Hefner roast. So he was still kind of a guy they would have on. And Gilbert made the cut to Sirius, but you know what happened to the cupcake and all that stuff.
Hey, Arm.
Yeah.
So sorry to cut in.
Nope.
You know what you got to talk with Casey about? There's a clip where he and Howard are kind of arguing with each other. I don't remember what the fight was about, but Casey calls him out and says, oh, is it the 9/11 thing where he ran out because he goes, oh, well, of course you're okay. You're brave to stay here because you can control everything here. And it was the best thing in the world. Do you remember that?
I do, not like verbatim, but is it like 2004, 5 kind of? So he gets it. What was the stemming of the argument from?
It was from when Casey left during 9/11. And he calls.
Was it at the 9/11 time? Or was it years later?
I'm not sure. I would assume it had to have been shortly after, though.
The next day, like September 12th, they were making fun of Casey all day. I remember, and I just like no seriousness at all. And Howard and Robin are just being mean girls, you know.
Yeah.
Well, Howard didn't know where to go. He can't go home. His wife and kids hate him. He has this, 3 fucking, penthouses and stuff. He's as safe as anybody. I don't know how well you know New York, but he's on West 67th in Columbus. The Twin Towers are way the fuck away from where he is. So he's not even remotely. He's as safe as they come. He's waiting to hear what the deal is. He's the safest in that spot. He's not some hero.
Right.
And if anything, he's probably trying to preserve his fucking. He's not Hampton summer. Everything is about like there's nothing. He had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
He had absolutely nowhere to go. There's nothing. He stayed on the air a half hour longer. Woo! You're a regular Giuliani in the debris. Sunflower Drive. Arm got pretty gravelly during the Depp trial. I did. Me at fucking 5 a.m. is when I would get up for that, and I got on even at that time. Like the trial started at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and I remember getting up really early to try to just find stuff. And it was there's days where I don't say a word until 8 o'clock at night. There was one time I went to a 7-Eleven clerk, and I had some banter with him, and I remember thinking, I said to the guy in the middle, I'm like, these are the first words I've spoken today. This is like, God, 2 months ago.
Wow.
I went and got something. These are the first words I spoke today.
I remember Artie said he would have that experience on the road where it's like, you're in a hotel room all day, and the first thing you say is for your show at night.
Yeah. And you're sort of like, you have to develop the chops or the kind of endurance to. So Rodney writes, Arm, you and me in basketball podcasts that roast all basketball podcasts. They are terrible and they are. I agree with you, Rodney. I'm annoyed by those all the time. Thank you, sir, for the 5 spot as well. I agree, Rodney. I am annoyed by each and every one of them. They all talk the same, act the same, say the same shit. I agree 100%. Lauren Murray, I used to like Artie until I saw his live comedy show. He was pulling his sweatpants up at the entire time with a rope belt. They were literally falling off him on stage. He was a mess, and it was embarrassing to watch. Lauren, you're not alone. A lot of people have bad stand-up experiences with Artie. You were going to say, Baylor?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, Davyd. No, whoever. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Artie is so funny on the show as like just color commentary. One of the reasons I loved what I heard of the Stern Show when it was good was because of Jackie and Billy West and Artie, because it felt like they were sort of the Mystery Science Theater 3000 commentary track to Howard's petulance,
Nice.
And when all of them were gone from the show, it's like you wake up in a cult as a listener, like, oh, fuck, the guy that I thought I liked is actually the cult leader, and the guys I related to are all gone now.
That's right. And essentially, you're releasing the talent.
Right.
The guys who have the pure, like, who's more purely talented than Billy West, and who's a better joke writer than Jackie. You're purging the show of the 2 major comedy components. Yeah. Like you could, with Benji writing jokes, is a clear difference in kind of the edge and the tone and everything else. Benji doesn't get nearly enough culpability for him just any writing whatsoever killing, because it's the lowest brow, lowest form of crap. And you hear him on the air, you realize this is a guy. He doesn't write jokes as much as he's writing dialogue for him.
Yeah, I blame Benji for every time Howard says, like, except Fred. Like, he'll do that.
Yes. The Fred joke. Exactly right. Going back to, we would, well, well, not Fred so much. And then it's like it's very
Right.
stilted and it's very forced. I know exactly what you mean.
And Fred laughs.
There you go.
Right.
There you go. Artie, again, Artie, we talk about the beloved list, Balo. We talk about how it's a very short list.
Mhm.
It's Billy West, it's Beetlejuice, it's Sour Shoes, and perhaps Casey Armstrong. Artie doesn't even make the beloved list, and you think he kind of would. More people liked him than don't, and cite him as the reason they canceled or the jumping of the shark of the show. But yeah, I mean, Lauren's not alone here. Artie has a lot more haters than I thought. And I see them all the time, and they have valid reasons. I love Artie, but I totally get what she's saying.
I said it before, man. His stand-up is horrendous, but on the Stern Show, it's like that was made for him. That spot.
Yeah, I mean, he turned it into. I mean, he knew the rhythms of the show. He knew everybody's ticks and peccadillos. So going in there, he wasn't like these other guys. He knew the show probably better than anybody else that he was going against. So he knew exactly. He knew Robin. He knew Gary. He knew what to say. He knew that's the advantage he had over. I don't know. Maybe Kimmel was the only guy that can compete with him.
But I would also argue that Artie brought a style of humor that you had not seen on the Stern Show before. It was much more dry and always funny, and I loved him laughing at stuff. It always made me laugh.
Oh yeah.
It was my favorite clip ever.
Frater Willie.
That's right. My favorite clip ever is they're listening to JD on the wrap-up show talk about, this is before he met his girlfriend or wife or whatever, how he was afraid of getting married because he was afraid any woman would kill him for his money. And Artie just loses it. And it's the funniest laugh you've ever heard. I got to find that clip because...
Yeah, when Artie genuinely laughs, one of the truly best.
It's joyous.
Guffaws. Yeah, it really is. It's not. Do not discount the power of laughter. Like Jackie had a great. I was listening to Jackie's stuff today from '97, and even though he's laughing at his own jokes, it was still had such an energy to it. It really galvanized the show.
Yeah, and I remember Benjamin said on one of your shows a while ago that if you remove Jackie's laugh from any of the proceedings, would you laugh at anything that was going on the show? Does it trigger you to laugh just hearing Jackie?
It absolutely did. Absolutely. But I also do remember genuinely laughing at stuff on my own. But it definitely planted a cackling seed in you to trigger you without question. It did.
Right.
Because he knew, I mean, obviously he's facilitating his own joke that he knows that he's so, and that's fine. He can be proud of it. You can laugh at your own.
Sure.
I don't mind people that laugh. Look, why are you telling a joke if you don't find it funny? People go, "Oh, this fucking guy sucks." He laughs at his own joke. And there's some people that obnoxiously laugh at their own jokes. Like Dennis Miller laughs at his own jokes and it comes off as obnoxious. But I don't have a problem with someone laughing at their own jokes. I mean, why would you tell the joke if you didn't think it was funny in the first place? You get a kick out of the thing you said. I'm fine with that. It's not pompous. You're proud of what you said. You're going to crack yourself up first before you tell the joke. And of course you're going to laugh at it. I don't have a problem. It depends on who's doing it.
Agreed. And Jackie was charismatic enough that it didn't bother me.
Never bothered me.
And even his sort of sub-vocalized one-liners that he would get in between, off mic slightly, were always hilarious, So I love
Sunflower Dragon has. I agree. By the way, Sunflower Dragon has a story here about Artie. I saw Artie at West Palm Beach when he returned after stabbing himself. And by the way, you guys remember? You ever see that picture of him walking down the street with a baseball bat? He's like a members only jacket on. He's like a Pat Cooper members only jacket on and sweatpants, and he's like in rehab down there. You ever see this picture? It's weird. Somebody took a shot of him walking down a Florida highway with a members only jacket. It's a light blue members only jacket and a baseball bat and sweatpants. And it is very Incredible Hulk, Bill Bixby, one of the most depressed. That's a Davyd score. I'd love to hear reenacted. The fucking old Hulk show.
That's right. Yeah.
So she writes, "My friend surprised me with tickets." Those are good friends. Those are some good gaggle of broad friends the Sunflower Dragon has. They didn't know him at all, and they loved him though. I stood outside the Improv and watched him walk away alone. Very interesting observation here. My friend said it looked like a movie while I watched him walk away. I was so sad for him, even though he was doing well at the time. I know exactly what you mean. That lonely walk into the distance, and you could just spot it. I wanna, to quote Whitney Houston, Sunflower Dragon. I wanna watch you walk in the room, baby. I wanna watch you walk out. That walk of Artie's I've seen, and that walk is exactly what I'm describing in that picture. And I'm sure people in the chat have seen. I was a little behind, but I'm sure I'm not that behind where Melvin watched him walk from
far in to the show. You did the show what, 9 years, 10 years total?
8.5 years.
8.5 years.
I'm sorry to stop you guys. Fine Chug writes, Howard cut Bubba's pay by 60% at some point.
God.
I remember that. I remember Bubba was acting like he was doing the show for free.
Yeah.
And he just wanted it to promote his other show. Bubba had to double dip, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't Bubba? I'm not a huge Bubba fan, but not that I'm not a fan. He's okay. I just don't. It's not, the NASCAR and shit. It's not really my thing. And his nomenclature and shit, and that whole language he speaks, and but I think he had to moonlight. He had to do a morning show at the same time he was doing their afternoon show because they paid so little.
That sounds right. I'm similar. I never listened to Bubba. He sounded like a more amped up Rush Limbaugh to me. And
they all have that same that cadence. The
that man
him
cow
and
cadence.
Man Cow,
Yeah.
exactly right. Alex Jones, they all sound the same. Exactly right. That's amazing how they all. That's great observation.
I'll tell you, one of my favorite things, getting back to like Artie and stuff, was when they were talking about anybody, and then Artie would go, "Well, he's what we'd call in my neighborhood a jerk off." Maybe that's just because in New Jersey we call everybody jerk offs. Maybe that's just why I like it so much.
That's funny.
Do you remember that? Speaking of that, the word jerk. I told this to Artie when we talked to him. We talked to him. We did a gunk with him. We talked to him off the air or something, and I don't know why this story like cracked me up. And it's the stupid shit that cracks you up. Artie told a story about how when he was on Mad TV, he was trying to impress some chick, and he invited her on was it the Warner Brothers lot Mad TV was shot?
Fox.
Or was it Fox? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was a Fox show. I don't know what lot it was on. I don't know if Fox had its own lot. I don't know if it was let's say it's Fox. And so this chick comes on and he's trying to impress her, and I could totally visualize this. And he took her around a golf cart around the lot, and he's driving around. And so they're filming The Perfect Storm, or the cast or the production of The Perfect Storm. And she sees Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah,
And she says to Artie, and it's such a stupid. I don't know why I found this. I just was
he's a
cackling when he
jerk
said,
off.
exactly right. That's you beat me to Balo. So he just like she stops. She goes, "Oh my God, Artie, that's Mark Wahlberg. Can we go over? Can I love Mark Wahlberg." He goes, and Artie just couldn't. Because he's Marky Mark. He's so wigger, and he's so overrated. He's so overexposed. He's so. And someone like Artie probably hates his guts, and you can see why. And so Artie's cringing, and this is the biggest nightmare for Artie, that he's trying to be a big shot, and a guy like Marky Mark steals his thunder again, and he just stops the golf cart and he goes, "Oh, he's a jerk off." It's just, I don't know why, because I could just I don't know, I related to it or something, and you could see him doing it, and you could clearly see that happening.
Oh, sure.
On the lot. "Oh, he's a jerk off." And he didn't say it under his breath. He just said it out loud.
Right.
And I could just see the chick's expression. Just again, basic bitch, right? That's a basic bitch.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. TikTok. Thank you for this phrase. I'm overusing now, but that is he had a basic bitch on a golf cart. She saw Marky Mark and flipped out, and Artie couldn't take it. And I couldn't agree with him more.
Yeah.
Lauren Marie writes, "I saw Artie in December of 2018. Wow, that's not too long ago. I think he was heavy into drugs at that point. There were maybe 20 people in the audience. Wow, that's Jesus. Lauren, what was the maximum occupancy of the place? If there were 20, I can't believe he can't, because there's so many lesser comedians that pack places now. which I don't even know why you need to leave your house to watch this anymore.
So
There's so much
true.
entertainment at home. I don't know why anyone needs to see live comedy anymore, but I mean, someone like him might actually get me to go. That's depressing.
I mean, especially when it's local. I mean, it's one thing for me here in LA where it's like, Chris Rock might be doing the Laugh Factory or something, but
Yeah, he's one guy that could get me. Him, Stanhope,
right?
Very few people. There's like a handful of people.
Like regional comedians where it's like, what I'm gonna go leave the comfort of my home to go see this.
That's the thing. There's so many options now at your disposal. Even if it's stand up, you can watch their stand ups. Right. That's why they're so crazy with phones now at comedy shows.
Yeah,
because they just know that you don't need to leave the house. They don't want you recording the set and seeing it because it's gonna. And so many times it's just so male. And Artie has a tendency to, repeat that walk to St. Louis joke. Artie's trope was he would do this thing where no matter what city he was in, he would take the ugliest athlete in that city and turn it into this joke about his girl. So he would go, if he went to Denver, like say he would go, what's the place at the Comedy Works or something like that?
Yeah, maybe.
Is that the name? Let's say it is. Let's just say it is. Yeah. For the joke. He goes, oh, it's great to be here at the Comedy Works. Denver is a very special place in my heart because, my first girlfriend looked like the Kemi Mutombo. So they would take the ugliest athlete,
right,
or you would perceive as, and then he would turn it. If it was like if he was in Pittsburgh, you would say Troy Polamalu or something like that. So whatever the city is, plug in the ugly athlete, and that's Artie's first girlfriend.
There's a great SCTV sketch where it's like a fake Woody Allen movie where Rick Moranis is playing Woody Allen and Dave Thomas is playing Bob Hope, and Dave Thomas has Bob Hope is like schooling Woody Allen on how to do comedy. It's like when you're in New York, you give them the Big Apple stuff, and when you're in Chicago, you give them the Windy City stuff, and it's just like this plug and chug comedy of Bob Hope.
CB writes, Davyd, I know you and Bob Hope had a very special relationship going back years.
I babysat him.
You must miss him tremendously.
Yes.
You babysat for him?
Yeah, I did.
CB, right? This Artie audio sounds like when Sour Shoes pranked Adam Carolla for 33 minutes as Artie. CB, that is an amazing prank call that does not get enough play. You're absolutely right. I got to listen to that again. That's so good. So, you guys heard when Sour Shoes called into Grillo's show with Monique and Jackie?
That's right, as Gary.
That was very underrated.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
That was really good.
There's a call from him when Artie was doing his show with Anthony, and they knew it was Sour Shoes right away. And it's a really funny call. I forget what happened in it, but
you're not fooling Artie at this point. You'll fool Adam Carolla. You're not fooling Artie. He's seen it all, done it all. You're not gonna. Right. He's many things, but he's not gullible to that shit. You're not gonna get him on that.
Have you guys seen a lot of stand up? Because that's strangely enough, I've only seen 2 comics in my whole life.
In person?
Yeah.
I used to go a lot in the 90s. I haven't been to a live show in a really long time. I just don't know. I don't need anyone to make me laugh anymore. I kind of self-entertaining in my own head. I can watch whatever I want on. Again, I just don't feel like it. I don't need it. I don't need I don't need what did Artie call it? The $16 Rolling Rock.
I saw John Mulaney at the Hollywood Bowl a couple months ago. And Arm, you're right. They make you put your phone in like a sleeve that they lock up, and then
they are terrified.
Yeah.
I have not heard of a major comic that doesn't collect phones at this point.
Yeah, but otherwise, I don't go. I feel, even though it's not a sitcom taping, I feel very sort of called upon to laugh. Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
John Mulaney is a very sitcom-y cadence and stuff. The cadence. You know where he stops and where to go in. Absolutely. You feel too obligated. It's like hard work to laugh at all the right spots.
Yeah.
I think that's a brilliant, like a sitcom taping. When you watch, we tape in front of a live audience. We don't use a laugh track. Well, it's worse because you're telling the audience, you have a warm-up guy pointing a gun to their head to tell them to laugh at a certain point. It's worse. Just play the soundtrack. Forget the dumb audience. Just because you know where, it's like William Shatner and that thing in The Voice. You know where you want the laughs to be. Just forget the live audience. put the soundtrack in. You're not kidding anyone. The audience is at gunpoint. They know exactly when they want you to laugh. The dot 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 ha 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 dot 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 ha ha ha. Just stop. Just put the laugh track in.
It's I've never been to a sitcom taping, but I never want to go. I mean, part of me does to just see how torturous it is. But,
right.
Yeah, but
okay, where are we? So he's going into how kind of the progression of him getting higher. We're still in the Artie. I forgot.
At what point were you, like in the beginning, obviously Paul McCartney is a huge star, but at what point did you realize?
But before that, Davyd, Melvin wants to know, our brilliant researcher, who wore better cologne, Henny Youngman or Lenny Bruce?
Oh my gosh. I just remember Henny Youngman was on that Channel 9 roast for Howard.
Yeah.
And that was such a disaster.
That's the 92, I think that was a weird, that's a strange
Where
one.
no one laughed at Jackie, and he walked off the show because he thought they set up the audience not to laugh at him.
Jackie doesn't do well in roasting scenarios for some reason. I don't know why his jokes don't lend itself to roasting scenarios.
I think it's because the audiences are always idiots. Like they're not going to get, if they're fans of Howard in the way that like Sal is a fan of Howard, they're not going to appreciate Jackie.
Yeah. I'd like to see him try it again. I'd like to see Jackie roast someone one more time. It's not worked the times I've seen it, and I root for Jackie. I didn't think it worked, and something's off. I can't quite. Okay, Rodney wants me to go. What's the deal with Sarah's Wi-Fi in the Pacific Northwest? She's out in the sticks like a D.B. Cooper film, like some kind of cult Anton LaVey, for Christ's sake. Those are specific Dennis Miller references. D.B. Cooper. I'm doing circle jerks with D.B. Cooper, for crying out loud.
Lord.
You, like in the beginning, obviously Paul McCartney is a huge star, but at what point did you realize, I can kind of hop in the interview, or the whole time did you shut up during the interviews?
In the beginning, the whole time I shut up during the interview, unless I was spoken to.
Right.
But in the end, in the prime time that I was there, the prime years, I found the rhythm, that worked out.
Right.
Where I could talk when the guests were there and acknowledge them and even ask them my own questions. And Howard was very good about that. He was very generous and with the time after a while, because he knew I was trying to adjust myself,
Who, of all the guests, what guest on the Stern Show would you say not so much the Stern interaction, but that you actually had an interaction with where, like you thought, like, wow, this guy's getting my questions, like that kind of thing? Is there anything stick out?
There was plenty of them. Wesley Snipes was one. Johnny Depp was one. He called in and he seemed to be acknowledging everything I said, and that was another thing. If a big star called in, then it's got to make sense to the audience. So you got to realize no one's looking at you, and you can see the expressions people make on their face, and you can't react totally off of that because no one else can see it. But in the end, I adjusted all right.
So you hear that, guys? Johnny Depp is stuck in his head, and I have this. Probably save it for next time. I have no problem with multiple people sitting. Everyone's phenomenally. I'm the one who would step on anybody if anybody does. That's I'm big mouth. I'm ADHD. So because it's so late. Maybe we can start it. You want to start it and come back to it?
Sure.
You guys want to do that? And I'll play the so then, Belo, do you feel a kinship Depp and Artie have with knowing the Depp's addictions and pathos and peccadillos from what you saw during the trial, being a bit of a Depp novice but an Artie expert? Do you see a lot of simpatico and kinship with them?
Well, I'll tell you, this is a weird thing, but I actually, the guy I brought up before, AJ Benza, I think, or no. Yeah, all right. It was AJ Benza. He brought this up, and he couldn't have been more right. We can all sense each other, like those of us who are miserable like that, and
like a telepathy for a
yeah,
fellow, right?
we can
And do you
smell
think
our own.
do you think he smelled his own during that interview, or is it
Absolutely.
too? I think so too. I think so too. But if you again, when I was thinking about Artie all throughout the trial, stuff coming back to and Depp's addictions and kind of embracing it and almost. But again, they have a lot of the same idols. So you got to remember, Depp's mentors are people he emulates. He's going to emulate them to the tilt. He's not gonna apologize for it, even though a guy like Thompson, Hunter S. Thompson, a guy like Marlon Brando, a guy like Keith Richards. In the case of Thompson, he's a perpetual, unapologetic outlaw. And the key is to be counterculture, to not apologize, to do whatever you want, and to walk the path you want to walk and not apologize for it. But when you're in a court setting, that's the antithesis of what they want. That
Yeah.
is like Thompson doesn't have rules in his life. He never has. And you idolize it. You want to be him because he plays by his own rules. He's an outlaw. He has his own compound in Aspen and Woody Creek. And that's what but when you get into court, it's nothing but rules. So now you've spent your whole life emulating people who don't play by the rules, and now you're in a court setting where it's nothing but rules.
But that's the
a
thing
whole
where
other
it gets weird because he's also like a gentleman. And it's like I could see a lot of the same things like with me. Like I try to be very polite and nice to people, but I hate authority and I just like am who I am without apologies.
Yeah, I think you are a very uncompromising guy who sticks to your guns. I think from your music taste to your video games, and you're not going to kowtow to what and it can be. I heard the best definition for depression, and I don't know if this applies to you. And I had not said it to you last time, and it hit me when we got off. What do you think about this? I heard it simplifies it, but depression is your brain is perpetually at war with itself,
Yeah.
where there's nothing mundane.
Everything is a tug of war.
Yes. Nothing is mundane. Every decision you make is a battle in your brain, and it's exhausting, and you need naps all the time. From going to 7-Eleven to what you're going to wear to simply just your relatives are coming over or simple mundane. Everything is a war in your brain,
Absolutely.
and it's exhausting.
Yep.
And I think and that's where the substances come in, right? Because it what does it do? It slows it down, or it just takes you out of reality, which is what you essentially need for your brain to not be at war. If your brain's at war with itself all the time, you're going to need to resuscitate. You're going to need to rest.
Yeah, it's basically an escape, and you're always looking for one. So that's where you
and
find
you're
it.
looking to escape from your brain being at war with itself over the most pedestrian, mundane decisions that people take for granted. Decisions that you just think, oh, I just go through. There's no such thing as, oh, whatever. I didn't even think about it. There's no I don't think about it with you. I didn't even think about it. And so it's easier for you to just kind of not go out.
Yeah.
When you're doing one thing, your brain tells you should be doing the opposite of that thing.
Yeah.
It's hard for humans to understand balance and moderation in real time, I think, because it's very much you see that you were balanced retrospectively. So you're always going to, in real time, think you're supposed to be doing the other thing that you're not
you're
doing.
always overanalyzing everything. Right. And someone might say to like Belo or someone who suffers from mental illness all the time, oh, just pull up your bootstraps, or I walked you to water. Yeah, the point is he can't be, because there's a war going on in his brain. He can't do that. He can't pull. You have to do it. Some great people need their bootstraps pulled up for them, and literally forced to do things because they're not going to take the first step. They have horrible self-esteem. They have such low self-esteem. They don't have the ability to take the first step.
Right.
All I can tell you is no matter how strong you think you are, never ever believe that the world can't destroy you because everybody has a breaking point. That's the only thing I can really
Yeah,
say.
everybody's got their Achilles heel. I don't care who you are. I don't care how you see it all the time with this fall from great. What that bonfire, the vanities.
Oh yeah.
Right? Isn't that the premise of that movie? That everybody you
Yeah.
can find someone's Achilles heel, no matter how rarefied you are. Top one. But I think that's what Casey Armstrong was telling me about how he relates to that side. He thinks he could help you out with that mentality because I think he's going through and often does and has been through hell and back quite a few times from what he
Yeah.
tells us. So that's for that one. Let's start the Depp interview and we'll come back to it next time.
Cool.
Okay, let me get rid of this public enemies. What we learned today is Beth is a basic bitch. We want you got my permission to use the TikTokian phrase basic bitch whenever you feel like it. Okay, so this is Johnny Depp. Finally, they had never had him on the show. He calls in to promote the movie From Hell in October of this is right after 9/11. We played the thing from the Howard at the 9/11 tribute. And I think this is before that. So Howard's planning on he's over preparing on what he's going to do in the 9/11. He's a badge bunny and a stolen valor. And it's so okay. So again, October of 2001, Depp calls into the show to promote From Hell.
Oh, over there. Okay, good. Hey, we got a big show for you.
So I wanted to put initially when I first heard this, my friend called me at 6:00 in the morning. I'm like, who the fuck is calling? I hear the answer machine go off. I screen it. I listen to him. He was like, John, Depp's calling into the show today. If I knew I knew this and I didn't tell you, you'd kill me. I know it's 6:00 in the morning. Please just wake up somehow. And I listened to it and I tried to call in and I couldn't get through. So that's how I even knew. But I never heard the whole show until later on, thanks to people like Boff and Steve S. that I was able to go back and listen to the opening. So this is the opening of the show when they announce he's coming on
today. I guess. No, we really do. We have a very big show. Artie Lange is here. Hey. All right.
Okay, so Artie's sitting in. He lays that this is the rotating jacket chair. We got that. Let me see. CB wants to know. I forgot this. I'm sorry, CB. Who is Belo's two favorite comedians? Do you have two favorite comedians?
I don't know. I could tell you the two that I saw were one was Lewis Black, and I enjoy him a lot. And
that's an interesting choice. I haven't heard from Lewis Black in a long time. He used to be a correspondent on the Daily Show.
Daily Show, yeah. And
interesting choice.
That was the only one I paid for. The other one was actually at GameStop. They had like a managers conference, and they brought in Colin Quinn.
I like Colin Quinn.
Dude, he destroyed the place. He was making fun of the CEO at the time because he had a mullet, and no CEO has a mullet. It was really great, and I keep looking for it every once in a while. I'll like type it in online, but I don't think it was recorded. Unfortunately,
Colin's one of the most charismatic comedians. Even if he doesn't say, I just like him. I know he has that stilted delivery where he stutters a lot, and sometimes he's not for everyone. He got killed when he did Weekend Update after Norm. Nobody wanted that. But
I love his Tough Crowd show. It was so good.
Yep. And I was kind of biting off Bill Maher's Politically Incorrect, but it was only comedians sitting in, and he's super duper cerebral. I don't think he gets enough credit for how smart he is.
Yeah.
And he's just got this insane brain with phenomenal man on the street observations with what Belo's talking. That's a really good choices. Lewis Black and Colin Quinn.
You know what? Actually, thinking about it, I think if I had to choose two, it would be Nick Swartzen and Norm Macdonald, I guess, because
the best.
Yeah, they are quite good.
I remember Colin Quinn he did a roast. I think it was Dennis Leary. For some reason, Ed Lover and Dr. Dre were one of in the dais. I don't know why. Weren't they in Who's the Man? He was in Who's the Man with them. That must have been why.
Oh yeah.
So it's so weird how they come up with the dais. And Colin Quinn, who used to work on MTV Remote Control, he goes, hey, Ed Lover and Dr. Dre are here. Yeah, they're the ones you thank when your daughter comes trundling down the stairs wearing a Rasheed Wallace jersey. So it's just the scenario of like how somehow the MTV culture made it okay for white chicks to like black guys, and the vision of a white girl walking down the stairs, and I think it was the reference of Rasheed Wallace that got me the most, of a girl wearing a Portland Trailblazers jersey walking down the white parents see a girl. The other ones you thank when your daughter comes trundling down the stairs wearing a Rasheed Wallace jersey.
You do really good impressions, you know.
Yeah, you do.
Thanks. I've heard that a million times, so that was like just sometimes you hear something enough, it just sticks in your brain.
I think Dennis Leary almost got into a fist fight on Tough Crowd with
with Greg Giraldo. Yes,
that's right. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's such a great moment. That was when he made fun of Greg Giraldo for being prepared for the show. And Greg Giraldo, who I love, and he said it on the Stern Show a lot too, and some of the good years. He's like, yeah, Dennis, that's kind of what we do here. We write jokes. It's a comedy show. And Leary had elevated himself like he's a movie star, and I don't need to write jokes. And you're lucky I'm here. He's wearing like amber vision glasses and shit, kick back like he's king shit. And Giraldo just eviscerated him. That's a great reference by you.
He was a big hit on Rescue Me. What was that show he did?
Yes, yeah, it was a fireman show.
I like that show.
Artie was on there. Artie was on Rescue
Oh, that's
Me.
right. I forgot about that.
I don't know. Was he regular? Was he like semi-regular, or was it just a one shot?
I'm forgetting. I remember Artie talking about it. I don't remember if it was multiple episodes.
That was FX. One of the it went a while too. I think it went like a good 6 seasons or something.
Yeah.
Also, a woman who won implants from us will show them to us, which is very important. We love Keebler, and she's going to be one of those lingerie matches, which I find fascinating.
Okay, already we've heard 3 guests in the same show, and he's not even done. This is 2001 October. Yep.
Jade Barrymore will stop by. Jade is the mother of Drew.
Jade Barrymore, Stacy Keebler already, and we haven't even gotten it.
And she finally got to meet with her daughter.
Talk about the big reconciliation and her autobiography, not yours, Jade's autobiography.
Jade, yes.
This is a good reference by Sunflower Dragon. Benicio del Toro fell in love with Artie. That's right. They had a real connection. I got to go back and listen to that. The first time Benicio del Toro was on the show, him and Artie bonded. He's a huge baseball fan too. Benicio, that's a great memory you have. So I don't know if you just listened to that, but I remember that. That's a great call. And Benicio del Toro, of course, is Depp's co-star in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and a good friend of Depp's, who was the first one to defend him during the Amber Heard stuff, even before Stanhope did. Very underrated actor.
I'm actually more interested in Jade's.
Jade Badler.
Yeah. We're going to be playing the gossip game with Devin Lane and 2 of our hot friends.
So now we got a porn. So now it's 4. We haven't even gotten a Depp yet. Devin Lane, who was an old porn actress, I remember from the 2000 era, when that weird, the Tara Patrick era, right, Bela?
Say again?
I know, Davyd faps it to Tara Patrick. Pellel, welcome, sir. A late Pellel is better than no Pellel at all. But the Kryptoni, we just talked about Marlon Brando before.
Very important. And Johnny Depp will be on the phone to us. For some reason, he has granted us an interview.
A rare interview.
A rare interview.
He doesn't do a lot of interviews.
I know.
In the last 5 years, he's done Letterman once and maybe Leno once.
Yeah. And this is very rare.
That's not true, Gary. Get your facts straight. I'm like in REM when I heard this, and I'm like punching the bed. He had done Rosie O'Donnell. He had done Regis with his wife Joy. He had done stuff. He had done Leno 2-3 times. He'd done. It was. They're making it like he's done 2 interviews in the history of his career. He's not easy to get, but he had done way more than that.
He's giving an exclusive interview to Howard. Gary's trying to make it seem.
But I gotta say, this is the best to this day. It's the best interview he's done.
Rare. I think it's because I say nice stuff about him.
Yeah, no, he knows you're a fan.
Yeah.
And we are. I mean, he thinks.
Do you remember last week we played the Blow clips of Howard gassing up Blow? This is what happened. So word got back to Depp. Tracy Jacobs, his agent, knows Howard's people. Maryland, there's a lot of connections there. There's a lot of adjacent people.
Tracy
And,
knows Benji's sister.
I'm trying to think where Benji was at the time. I don't know if he was.
He was on the show now.
No. Well, yeah, I think they crowbarred him into the. They're letting him kind of write a little bit, and he's kind of sitting there, and nobody knows what he's doing, and he's out of the he's like a 38-year-old intern at that point. And I don't know if Benji's sister was in lock with the show at that point, but it's coming. It's certainly coming. That's a great reference by you. Robin Bronk, head of the creative coalition for Hillary Clinton. And they book guests through her many times. That's why Benji's still on the show.
Great movie. Yeah. There's about 12 people I'm a fan of. And it's nice when they call in.
Hey, did you see the stuff in today's paper about the
celebrities who run out?
Well, no, that was a good one too.
Oh.
About the McCartney interview from yesterday.
Yeah, that was really cool. Well, there was one.
So it's crazy on the show. So McCartney just did the show, and this is a great week. I mean,
wow.
This is when McCartney was tough to get. Now he's been on the show like 15 times since at least. It's not even. I mean, McCartney will do like
I think you could get him for the Deppening.
I think the Deppening could get him. That's the lowest, right? The Deppening could get him.
The Daily News from Hinckley wrote his first nice story about me, saying that the interview was really good. At least he didn't say anything negative about it.
I got tons of calls and emails yesterday from them, just saying from people who thought how great. It really was a great interview.
Well, so how often do you get someone on the caliber of Paul McCartney in this studio?
Yeah, but it's more than that. I mean, you get a good.
You know what I was going to say, Davyd? The Jimmy Palumbo. Paul McCartney would do the Jimmy Palumbo show.
Yes.
I am, but you asked him good questions, and he was really open to talking about everything.
Yeah, he was good. Everyone told me they enjoyed hearing Paul McCartney, which, hey, listen, of course.
He's Paul McCartney.
He's Paul McCartney.
Right.
So I went home yesterday. Thursday's my day when Ralph comes over. And I said, I'm going to put on some Beatles music. I was all charged up.
There you go. There you go, Davyd. Backing up your theory. Ralph's coming over to listen to Beatles music on an Underwear Monday.
Yeah.
It's backing up everything you just said. Name anybody. I don't care. Howard's
like your uncle did with his male coworker.
Your 50-something-year-old uncle's doing it. CB writes, Compound and Woody Creek cracks me up. He always writes that shit in his books. Heavily fortified. Yeah, right. It's a little tiny house in a tiny lot with no gate. So CB actually visited Hunter S. Thompson in Colorado. So he knows the layout. It's exactly right. Where the Buffalo Roam is the first Hunter S. Thompson movie in 1980 with Bill Murray. Bill Murray played Thompson before Depp did in 1980, and it's an interesting, crazy movie. I know, Davyd, you worked on that movie?
I did. Yeah.
Oh, Lauren Marie with the loves that chocolate. Funniest comedians she's seen: Charlie Murphy and JB Smoove. Yes, both super likable guys too. Rip Charlie Murphy. I forgot he passed away a couple of years ago. But Casey Armstrong was Casey. Listening to this, Casey Armstrong was actually really funny too. I saw him in a very short set with Florentine and Levy in 2004. Lauren,
wow.
Yes, and in fact, Florentine and Levy. Casey is the reason those two ever got on the show. He actually booked them because he knew them from the club scene.
I love when JB Smoove went on Howard, he was talking about how he was the warm-up guy for Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and the audience loved JB Smoove more than they loved any of the shit that was on Fresh
I've
Prince.
I've heard that. Oh my God. That was a Howard story, right?
It was that he told that story on Howard, yeah.
But I've heard other people tell that story too. Like it wasn't just out of his, like somebody. Lauren, I'm not calling you Snow Bunny because black comedians tend to be collectively pretty great altogether. But I agree with you. I love both those guys. JB Smoove, Davyd's right. That's a great story about and he's way funnier. Like, how bad is it when your warm up guy's way funnier than the star making $100,000 an episode?
I think he got fired by.
Oh yeah, they're threatened by that.
Yeah,
he was too funny for that happens all the time.
Of course.
Wow.
Absolutely, that's a great story.
About the Paul McCartney interview, and I put on the White Album, which I consider to be their best. And charged up about the Paul McCartney interview, and I put on the White Album, which I.
Oh God!
I imagine Howard saying like, I put on their album Greatest Hits. He doesn't even know what one of their albums is.
Pellel writes, depression. Yeah. By the way, Davyd, did you ever see Benjamin is obsessed with Howard's iTunes? Was it? No, I'm sorry. His iPod playlist, and it's spelled. He clearly got it off like Napster or Kazaa because the titles were spelled wrong.
I didn't know that.
Ralph's. Somebody put music on his. I forget the story. It's like an iPod, and he released his playlist, and it was 7 Led Zeppelin songs the same song 7 times in a row, and it was spelt wrong.
It's like a playlist from Pirate Bay or something.
Yes, Pirate Bay or Kazaa or Napster or something.
How sick does it make you that a multi-millionaire is stealing music?
I know. You could punch holes in that all. Pella writes, depression for me is serving a life sentence in my brain in a jail cell with the key just out of reach. Well said, Pella. That's pretty good. Yeah. Lack of adrenaline from lack of hunting and surviving in my wee caveman. Rodney doesn't like depression. I feel depressed people are exhausting. I don't find that at all. Shit happens. No, that's the problem, Rodney. You can't move on. You just gotta. It's moving on is the problem. You can't move on.
I could also see his side of it, though, man.
Yeah, I could see how people would find it.
People are annoying with their complaining. I don't like to complain.
That's why you stay in all the time. You don't want to dump it on anybody. You feel you're burdening people.
Exactly.
It's a very real thing. You can't. We want you to, get to the core of it and the pathos. I used to get depressed with what to wear, so I stopped getting dressed, says Melvin. For Camille. Just to wrap myself in XXL bathrobes most days. Gina has since taken my advice. No longer wears tops either in solidarity. He means Gina Gershon. That one. I learned to say whatever. I can see the worse. Sunflower Dragon, low self-esteem and avoidant personality disorder go hand in hand. Yes, avoidant personality disorder is a big, very specific level of modality or something of depression. It's I definitely have some version of that, without a doubt. A very underrated avoidant personality disorder. Yeah.
Consider to be their best. And Ralph is sitting there going, this is horrible.
Oh, get out of here.
Just listen to it.
Stuffing herself with ring dings.
Okay. He's coming on. Depp's comments. I jumped out a little bit. Depp's on hold. He's coming on the air right about now.
Yeah, but weird thing about this article is celebrities are not the enemy. Everyone's looking to make everyone the enemy. The enemy is the enemy.
Okay, we're in full-blown Badge Bunny, 9/11, stolen valor. I want to go to war. I want to blow up the Middle East. Iraq is, and he loves George Bush now. And this is
he's a jerk
the mode he's in. He's a fucking jerk off.
Mark Harris coming in to sing patriotic songs.
That was when he embraced Mark Harrison. Over here, over there, over here. Dear President Clinton, you're disgraceful. Can't you see?
To be strong. And this cut and run attitude is not going to help the country get through this.
Cool concert going on Saturday night at Madison Square Garden. Paul McCartney, Eric Clapton, David Bowie.
Yeah, Melvin. Doug Stanhope's probably my favorite. If I had to pay someone to see it, it won't happen much. But Stanhope's him and Chris Rock. I like a ton of people. It's hard for me to. I'm just throwing those names out. Chris Rock's a very unoriginal answer, but Doug Stanhope's fairly unique answer. By the way, Balo, and I apologize. I'll play it next time. There is a brilliant act, and Doug Stanhope's not really an actor. He's on the Louis C.K. show.
I hated
FX.
that show.
Do you know? But you know the scene I'm talking about?
Yeah, no.
He played a comedian in his 40s who's just given up, and he talks about suicide to him in a way that was so fucking. It was so dark, so morbid, so realistic, so crazy that Robin Williams called him up and told him that he started to cry when he watched it.
Oh wow!
Florentine was on that show too. He had an episode.
Was he on Louis' show?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. It was. You know what? It's basically It's kind of ripping off the Curb Your Enthusiasm formula. The comedian walking around in regular life with no laugh track and kind of.
It's very dark though. That show.
It was good. It was really good. Mark Maron had a version of it. Then Jim Gaffigan came out with one.
They're all going to be raising money for the World Trade Center. Let's see who. They're going to have other celebrities. Like I got asked to do this.
Right, somebody had asked you to be there, right?
They're still asking me to be here, but I think I'd be one of the guys who comes out and reads off the teleprompter.
Well, you don't think you're going to sing.
David
I'd
Tell
rather
is
sing with
amazing.
my band,
Sunflower,
really,
you're
I'll be
right.
honestly.
Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, maybe I'll just sing Imagine.
Mind games.
I feel funny going out in front of VH1 and Madison Square Garden reading something off a teleprompter.
You don't even know what it was, though. Maybe it was the...
Good call, Sunflower. David Tell, Patrice O'Neill,
Yeah.
Pell, all both phenomenal. Rip Patrice O'Neill.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best. And doesn't even have to have material. I think he did a Charlie Sheen roast with no material. He just went up there and started ripping.
He did, I forget whose roast he was on, but it was like he was making fun of Seth MacFarlane, and it was like, it was very mean-spirited but accurate stuff. It wasn't like, it was great.
He did a few of those roasts. Comedy Central doesn't do nearly enough. I don't know why they don't have one like once a month. They easily could have enough topics and people doing it. I don't know why they don't do more of it. Does it have to be Jeff Ross organizing it? They easily could do that at least bi-monthly or once a month. There's so many subjects. There's so many people that would agree to do it. They just don't push that enough. We need way more roasts in the world.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to just play it more.
Lily Sobieski poem.
I don't know. I don't even know what they want me to read. Because is it supposed to be like my words?
Or do they actually give you subject matter and text?
And plus, I'm not an actor. Like, all of them cry and stuff on camera, which is cool, but I don't know how to do that.
I would rather see somebody not cry, thank you.
And you know how nervous I'd get. I would, like, standing up in front of people, I don't like doing that. I'll be, like, reading real fast.
Oh, get out.
Messing
you
up the
always
words.
go off script. And
just say whatever you want. Yeah.
But you know how.
Davyd Pell says, is that Davyd? You know what? Tell him I'll take care of providing the intelligent and witty comments in this chat. Thank you very much.
Oh,
that's a backward compliment.
Yeah.
Like,
Or
when a
just straight
celebrity screws up saying stuff during these tributes, we even laugh at him and go, oh, look, he looks like he's reading.
You know what?
Pell goes, I actually wish Howard was talking about running into John Hinckley now.
Still think about, Chris Rock is great, but that one, that...
I know, it's Gina Bobina. Gary's at the douchey, excited look. I booked him. Howard, you know what? I got Johnny Depp. Me. Oh my God.
New York show they did, and he was reading that little, his eyes were bugging out of his head.
Chris Rock's a good comedian, that's it.
Trying to see the teleprompter.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Well, I know I'll look like that. Although I wear shades, so no one would
At
tell.
least your reaction would be real, though, compared to what these people crying like phonies.
Hey, Johnny.
Hey.
You're an actor, right?
I was at a certain point.
Johnny Depp, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, he can help you out.
JD.
Would you, when these celebrities get up and they read stuff, like at an awards thing? You don't
or
talk
a
about
tribute thing.
for the World Trade Center?
Yeah.
Don't you think they sometimes look a little... False.
Retarded.
Yeah, a little retarded.
Well, no, the problem is the
Okay, I want you to listen to, because he's in France. So it is, I think what are they, 6 hours ahead? Something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
So he's in the, I think I did the math. I think it's 3 p.m. in France, which is where he is with Vanessa. Right. This is 2001. This is October. He sounds very lucid. And I want you to guys remember how he sounded during the trial. Does he sound more sped up to you? Does he sound different to you? I know it's soon, but just when I play the next to ask, just tell me how he verse the trial, his speech cadence.
Prompter that's about 300 yards away.
Is that it?
Well, yeah.
Why can't you just bring papers up with you? Everybody knows you're reading anyway.
Yeah, but I don't want to bring a paper up because I can't read from paper and then look up at the camera.
You can't do that newscaster thing?
And listen, I'm all for helping out. I'll help out anyway. We raised $3.5 million. I'm all for help.
By the way, he's not for helping out. The money was never donated. Sarah did a deep dive investigation on it. He admits he doesn't donate to charity. I found another clip of admitting he doesn't donate to charity the other day. He told Kathy Griffin they busted him. He's not for anything but himself.
I remember that.
Right.
Yep. This is all bullshit.
But now.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, no, absolutely.
Yeah, but I just think I'd get in the way. I'd like to.
Especially if it's a write-off, he'll help out.
Right.
Go see the concert.
Gonna go?
I don't know. I can't decide what to do. I want to know what I'm supposed to read.
Just go hang out.
Well, if you ever talk to anybody, you might find out.
Because I want to get up and read something like, I think we should kill Osama bin Laden.
Okay, so you guys watched last week when we played the clip of him at the 9/11. You saw what he did.
Right.
He's planning it here. He's like obsessing over what to do. And he did the typical. He just shamed his enemies into not going there, and he did the fart man thing. And it's pretty lame. And he did the Badge Bunny shit. And
it's interesting hearing the most charismatic, aloof force in show business meet the most needy and desperate force in show business.
That dichotomy, Davyd, right? You were the
Yeah.
master of that's very good. That crazy that's exactly right.
I also think that he sounds a little he answers very quickly. I think in the trial it was almost like a power play to like give the jury the impression like I've got nowhere to be and I want to make sure that you hear every word I have. It's
Good
more
call.
Amber who it's way too much detail and details that are irrelevant to her allegedly getting physically abused.
And he's paying for the trial, right? So it's his thing.
Right.
He's like, I'm not in a rush. This is my life. I'm going to make sure you hear every word I have to say. I'm going to pause. And we heard his friend, Josh Richmond, who played Ronnie Seabach in Jump Street.
Right.
He's been his friend for 35 years, say that it's deliberate. He's actually doing a Christopher Walken, Hunter S. Walken, we call him. So it's by design. It's by design. Hey, he brought up my kid again, just like in London, like you designed.
It's and Amber does the thing that Howard does when explaining why he and Beth didn't go to Gary's father's funeral. It's timestamps and this and with it's liars who give you all these details.
Great comparison, Davyd. Yes, Dorian Morgan, I agree. Again, Gina Gershon is very underrated. I completely agree. She's 60 now. She's fucking 60. Gina Gershon is now 60. Can you believe that? That's one of the weird Howard twists we got to go back and
that's right.
She's kind of in that mad tear phase we got to dissect.
Ew.
I agree though. Bound, God, how much does Balo love Bound? Holy shit.
What's Bound?
It's a Jennifer Tilly and Gina Gershon's like a lesbian movie.
I don't never heard of it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Gina Bobina and Sandra Bernhard in Bound 2. How about that? Sunflower Dragon and Gina Bobina in Bound 2.
Something like this, something radical.
Yeah.
Well, you'd be the only one doing that, that's for sure.
Johnny, where do you stand on all this?
Why do you have to read? Why can't you just say whatever you feel like saying?
I don't feel anything. No, because
oh, Howard, you're so tortured. You don't feel. You're so dark. Hot Topic, Marilyn Manson, Ralph. I don't feel anything.
9 Inch Nails.
I want Howard to take Hollywood vampire lyrics to his therapist.
Do you really think he's actually seeing a therapist anymore? I think it's bullshit. I think I don't think. I think
Part
it's a
of me
great
doubts
out.
he
It's a
ever
great
did.
out. It's a great out.
I also think he is. I think he would be willing to pay someone to find him fascinating for the rest of his life.
Yes. Yes.
Hence the song lyrics.
Yes. I think that someone like him, it's a great excuse. I'm working on myself, so you can always play that therapy card in every situation. It's the greatest thing to act like you're self exploring.
Say they throw me right out.
That would be funny.
You see, I don't want to be everybody's buffoon. I don't want to be the guy that gets up there and then they go, "Oh, it's disgusting," and they
You'll
throw
be
me
like
up.
Gilbert Gottfried at the Emmys that one year.
Yeah, I just know whatever I say will be misconstrued. Like, I once did a telethon. The only thing I can think of like this, I once did a telethon early on in my career. Easter seals. And I got up there and I got in the wheelchair and I started rolling myself around in it and I go, "Hey, this thing's pretty comfortable. I like it." And I was like, I thought I was being cute.
That's cute.
They threw me right out.
He really said he got in the wheelchair. It's about crippled children. He got in the wheelchair and said, "This isn't so bad."
Did you really expect? Did you really think?
I go,
You guys got a huge compliment from the Sunflower Dragon. Very benevolent. You guys, this is really good. I was like, there's a Depening live stream tonight. I'll put it on for a bit. But 3 hours later, I'm still here. My compliments to you all.
Oh,
especially...
thanks, Sunflower.
She's always got some. Oh,
from the octogenarian teacher's pet of the Depening.
Did she call you that?
I think someone originated the teacher's pet, which I totally agree with. I am.
She said octogenarian?
No, I'm putting.
That's so funny. Great callback.
Sick of walking around all the
Did you
time.
really think critics would go, "Oh, Howard did a cute thing"?
I just end up screwing it up.
Well, we did at the very beginning of the show. We talked about James Caan and Tony Sirico passing away, both favorites of mine.
Yeah.
I'm not unique in saying that, but they were both great at that thing they did. Paulie Walnuts is my favorite part of The Sopranos, and I'm not alone in saying that. He was, even though he never acted before, and James Caan is a force of nature. And we played, I think it was 6 clips from James Caan's last appearance on the Stern Show, the very beginning of this, and we kind of went over and gave him a little homage. That's interesting you say that, and you came in late, because I want you to go back and listen to it.
You know what I mean? And it's a serious cause. I mean, I'm all for raising money for. Everyone knows that. I mean, God knows I'm as angry as anybody. But
Gina Bobina with a very clever callback to the trial. Howard pledged the money to the 9/11 charity. That's so good, Gina. That's so good. That's a Sarah joke. Holy shit! That's on the level of a Sarah. That's so funny. He pledged money. Again, I told you, Sarah went to look at what happened. There's no record of anything he donated. There's nothing.
I'm sorry to keep regurgitating Benjamin theories, but he had one where it's like.
I tell you what, Davyd, I'm going to tell Benjamin what a super fan you are of his. I'm going to hook you up. You sound like him too. You said the same cadence, the same cerebral kind of take, and very introspective depth. I want to get you two on the phone at this. We've got to make that happen.
Oh,
got to.
I'm a huge fan.
Good. Good.
He said on a gunk North Shore Animal League would raise a bunch of money, and when they were 1 penny away from their goal, Howard will slam dunk that penny in and take all the credit.
Yes.
It was so great.
I'm gonna donate the last of the money.
And one would think you could forget yourself for a moment.
Yeah, please.
What would you do, Johnny? Are you going to do any of these?
I'm not going to be here. I've
You've abandoned the country.
Yeah, what do? You live in France.
I abandoned the country 3 years ago.
Don't the French hate Americans, though, Johnny?
No, I mean, to be specific, Parisians have a slight problem with Americans every now and again.
But I understand.
Aren't they French?
At this point, Parisians have been walking around with I Love New York T-shirts on.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, they have.
It's a bunch of crap.
Yeah, don't buy it.
You don't believe it.
Because as soon as we ask them if we can fly over the airspace, they get pissed. Yeah. What's your take on all this?
On everything that's happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, who do you want to kill?
Interesting side note. Thank you, CB. You guys remember the Pelican Brief, right?
Yeah.
Howard's obsession with the Wachowski brothers.
Right.
They made Bound. No surprise there. That is the weirdest. If I had to single out the weirdest part about the Pelican Brief, I would say, and we know Howard's, closeted pathos and everything.
Right.
But the horrible segue and the launching into his obsession, he's bringing up all these super A-list names, and all of a sudden, what about the Wachowski brothers? It was and the whole crowd was like, who, what?
Right.
And they go, oh, you mean the guys who directed The Matrix? What? And it made no sense. There was no context to it. And
there weren't in 2013 there weren't as many prominent transgender people then, so I think that was all he could sort of latch on to.
But then, with no context, Davyd, why you wouldn't even explain. He just launches into these two filmmakers as if they fit in with what he was. It made no sense. That to me is to go over it. I point to that as much as anything in terms of what you're trying to figure out his sexuality. I think you go to that, and there's a session with cross-dressing and everything.
Right. My theory is that I think the trans fascination is actually part of what I was saying earlier, where he doesn't want to be culpable for objectifying you. So but he also wants to hide in plain sight and be in front of you to get off on the fact that he's objectifying you. So yes. I think he sees trans people as shapeshifters. And getting into drag for Howard is a way of I'm objectifying you as Howard Stern, but I'm dressed as a woman, so you can't. It's almost like you can't see me,
And it qualifies himself. It kind of it makes him feel better about himself, which he's always projecting with virtually every guest. And there's no more projectionism than having those two in.
Oh, totally.
Pretty fucking brilliant, Davyd.
It was. It was as usual. so brilliant that you're almost expecting it. We've raised the expectations.
Oh,
You got to
God.
lower the expectations on this show.
I'm gonna suck for the rest of the show.
No.
I mean, it's the weirdest thing in the world. It's the most devastating.
So this is
atrocious
Depp in he's in full Thompson mode here. You know, Thompson had a column on ESPN too. Thompson was a sports writer above all, and he had a column at the end on ESPN page 2, and he wrote a column which people couldn't tell if it was tongue in cheek about 9/11, and Depp called him about the concern about the Jets Colts score above the actual 9/11, and Depp goes, well, it's not entirely true. I mean, I was very concerned with bin Laden, and so Depp's kind of very much like in Thompson mode here, and he concocts his way of combating the terrorists of what we thought it was at the time.
Bunch of crap.
Yeah, don't buy it.
You don't believe it.
Because as soon as we ask them if we can fly over the airspace, they get pissed. What's your take on all this?
on everything that's happened.
Yeah. Who do you want to kill?
I mean, it's the weirdest thing in the world. It's the most devastating, atrocious thing ever.
It's the worst. I mean, because you strike me as like one of those pacifist dudes. I don't know why.
Here's what I listen. I wouldn't say I'm a pacifist, but what I think they should do immediately, if not sooner, is create about 300 million gallons of liquid LSD, 25, and saturate Afghanistan at this point.
We do it with LSD.
Now, what would that accomplish?
But
now you notice he says Afghanistan, not Iraq.
Right.
Howard says Iraq. And Howard's obsessed with it. So they invaded the wrong country. Years later, Howard goes full. Remember when Depp came out with the comments how America's a I have these clips for later. I'll get to it later. But so Depp says Depp says Afghanistan. And Thompson Depp has some political friends, and I think he talks to Thompson all the time about this. So he's educated from Thompson, I believe. Not that he can't educate himself, but that's where a lot of his days are spent getting his political talking points.
At that point, because even, I mean, liquid LSD, as small, as tiny as a pinhead.
Yeah, I've done it, so
that would send you spinning for about 2 days minimum. Like a glass of it.
Howard thinks he's the hot top. I've done it. I've done acid, so I relate.
Right.
Spin you out for about 3 weeks. So that could just calm the situation for a minute. Then you could send like people dressed like the Teletubbies.
Sunflower Dragon confirms you do sound exactly like Benjamin. Okay. Davyd. I know I'm not the only one to hear it. I think I have a pretty finite. I have a decent ear.
Oh yeah.
I think you do. I don't think I'm delusional, and I think Belo does sound like Mike Damone from Fast Times.
Hey, real quick, that thing about the LSD. I'm pretty sure you were playing a clip on one of the Gunk episodes where Howard was talking about what LSD feels like, and it is absolutely not the way he describes it. I can't remember what he said, but I remember
thank you for being right. You're an expert on. He's just it's just some novice thing that he's just talking out of his ass as usual. With the fake drug and the fake pathos and the ever-changing story of drugs and teen and this is.
I was fucking a model in college.
And how about the marijuana fest he'd have with his mom at home all the time? His mom's like, he claims he's a shut-in, but he's smoking pot all the time. She's not spelling it in that house, right? Sure.
Yeah.
And freak him out.
And just do anything you want. You don't make faces at him. Whatever.
You know what? You know what? That's not crazy though. What about if everyone?
I have a feeling that Rumsfeld has thought of that.
It's a little Donald Rumsfeld reference. Who am I, Donald Rumsfeld over here?
Oh God.
See, I don't think you're kidding. I think what you're saying is taint the water with LSD. Let's say
another compliment from the Sunflower Dragon. I think we could all consider ourselves just a little smarter.
Jesus.
Just associating with Davyd.
The way they're going to do biological stuff on us. That way you're not killing anyone who's, let's say, civilian.
Exactly.
And then you walk in there and all the goofy dudes.
Okay, we got a celebrity in the house, Belo. Bobby Guvinelli, we know who knew that is. You guys are awesome. Love hearing you on there. I'm so impressed by everyone's contributions to this show. Just a fan saying this is great. Okay, I'm back to listening.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
A brand new life. a brand new life around the bend.
Samantha.
So Casey, I told Belo I will give him your digits after we get off here. If you'll agree to, and I know you will agree to your part.
I'll call you
Freak 'em
later, hot stuff.
That was Scott, not me.
Say Frank, call him and say you're Gary. Casey, it's Gary. We want to have you back on the show. I think it'd be great if you come back on the show. I think we're going to surprise Howard. I think it'd be great to be back on the show. Who else wanted to?
Don't be bummed out.
Little bum.
Grab.
You're just tripping.
Snatch him up.
It's not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea.
What do you think about Depp's idea of dropping acid on Afghanistan instead of killing everybody? I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a little weird. Dosing people is a weird line to cross.
That's my favorite Red Hot Chili Pepper song, Dosed.
I think it's a perfect answer for how he wants to be perceived. It's like it's peacekeeping, but it's also an action item. You know,
it makes it fits with the Depp persona, and they actually Robin says something along those lines right here. We're gonna end this soon.
Yeah.
Right.
Giving everyone acid.
What's that?
Giving everyone acid. Open them up a little bit.
But then the government has this whole drug policy.
Well, hey, this
Sounds
is war.
hypocritical.
Why don't we just tell them we're God when they're on acid? And then they'll understand everything.
Yeah.
I love that Depp laugh.
That was great.
No homo, but he has a very cute laugh. I can't explain it.
Yeah. Or just,
Just freak them out and grab them.
You're just tripping.
Snatch him up.
It's not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea.
Giving everyone acid.
What's that?
Giving everyone acid. Open them up a little bit.
But then the government has this whole drug policy.
Well, hey, this
Sounds
is war.
hypocritical.
Why don't we just tell them we're God?
And I should say, Casey Armstrong very much worked on the show during this phone call. Right. He had been 4 years into his stint. And I can't, for some reason, Casey has nothing to do with this booking, and I won't accept it. I cannot deal with the fact that he's on the front lines. Maybe he might have been in Mount Sinai, Port Jeff at this time, because he did that beautiful disappearing act when he threw the bat smoke pellet down and got the hell out of there. I don't blame him.
Right.
The greatest thing ever, straight arming people like Jerome Bettis on East 57th and 6th. But I think Casey was there for this.
When they're on acid. And then they'll understand everything.
Yeah. Or just, project some weird film or something for them.
I can't see you living in France. You see, here's a guy.
Why did he leave? Why did you leave America?
Initially I left America to go and do a film, and then, fell in love, had a baby, and that was it.
You married now?
No.
No. Well, not officially.
You don't believe in marriage, right?
No, it's not. It's not a bad thing. I think I'd wait until my daughter was old enough to sort of participate.
Yeah, walk you down the aisle.
No, your problem is this: you're so friggin' good looking. I don't know a girl who
Remember poor Kate Moss? She almost did herself in when he left.
Yeah, no girl has ever tried to kill herself over me. You know that. I can't even get girls.
And here's one of the most beautiful girls in the world.
Yeah.
And she can't live without him.
I know you don't.
Belo, we're going to end on this. So Rodney has a request. Rodney wants you to say, I have front row tickets to Cheap Trick at the Forum. I don't know if you can you read the screen, Belo? Or
yeah, I could see it.
Okay.
I'm
it
so
quotes.
bad at that voice, though.
That's just use your regular voice. I don't think he wants you to be anything but yourself.
I got 2 front row tickets to Cheap Trick at the Forum. They're yours for $150, or maybe we can make a special arrangement in the pool house.
That's Mike Damone. That's Mike Damone. I'm right back to fucking Phoebe Cates whipping her top off in a dreamscape with fucking my Judge Reinhold over here. Oh, that's a great way. So we're gonna put a pin in it here. I don't know where we. Okay, we're with the 11-minute and 30-second mark.
Herberger.
All right, everyone. To play you out, I'm going to play Sarah's brilliant videos of both Davyd and Scott Blo. I want to thank you both for brilliantly hanging out with you. I couldn't do it without you. You're great hangs. You both know the show. You're as fun as hell, smart as hell. Both great at what you do. So, Gina, I'm sorry. Casey Armstrong. I love Gina Bobina and the Sunflower Dragon. Casey Armstrong says, Arm, I really don't remember this. I think I must have been suspended or on my gaycation.
Can I come too?
Well, you know what Mark Harris would say? We'll all go.
We'll all go.
How do you keep the music playing? How do you make it last? Back to listening because it's awesome. Thank you, Casey.
Thanks, Casey.
Okay, so we're going to play you out here with Sarah's brilliant videos of Davyd and Scott Blo. I love you all. Good night. I will see you this weekend. I think possibly Sunday. We're going to do Rocky Brooks versus Depp, the transcript. I'm going to play Rocky Brooks, and Sarah's going to drill me, as it were. I don't want to get all Wachowski, but so here we go. This is where is it? The brand. Okay, so this is the homage, Sarah's homage to Blo and Davyd. I will play Blo first.
Excited, it's the start of a brand new day. The sun couldn't shine much brighter, 'cause everything is going our way.
Okay.
Together and blow.
I want to thank you, everyone in the chat, for all your brilliant contributions and comment. Have a good night. I will see you this weekend, hopefully. Davyd and Blo, just stick around for 30 seconds. I just want to give Blo Casey's phone number, and we'll set something up for next time, next Thursday. All right, guys? Thank you very much,
Sure.
chat. I love you all.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
This is Arm for Sarah saying, no time is a good time for goodbye.